The NL Central showdown continues for Milwaukee as the St. Louis Cardinals invade Miller Park to face the first place Milwaukee Brewers. Should have another big crowd as the crew captured game 1 of the series last night and widened their lead over second place St. Louis to 3.5 games, the club's largest lead since late in the playoff 2008 season. Tonight, another marquee matchup on the mound as two 10-game winners, Sean Markham and Jaime Garcia, two interchangeable aces on each staff, as you will, are set to battle on the mound. Hi, everybody. Alongside Davey Nelson, I'm Craig Kashan. Welcome to the broadcast as we continue here on Fox Sports Wisconsin. And the Brewers, with a win tonight, poised to grab another series win. And Davey, so far they have sizzled with the summer heat on this 7-game winning streak. Milwaukee doing all kinds of things right. The numbers certainly support that. Hitting, pitching, defense doing just as well. But, well, these numbers don't lie on how you put together a winning streak like this.
No, it certainly doesn't. And when you look at it, starts with the pitching, and the pitching has just been outstanding. When you look at that team ERA of 157. But more importantly, I just think they've been attacking the strike zone, and it has trickled down in the bullpen. It has been able to close games out.
So it's time to start your engines for the Brewer crew, and we've got a premier pitching matchup and an all-star sluggers ready to go at it as well as the two powers to date in the division meet next.
On Fox Sports Wisconsin is presented by Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards. By Triple Hops Brewed Miller Lite. Taste greatness. By AT&T. And brought to you by Toyota, proud sponsor of the Milwaukee Brewers and the Toyota territory at Miller Park. And another big crowd filing into Miller Park, and this is turning out to be a homestand to remember. The Brewers have won 7 straight on this homestand. They give the ball to Sean Markham, who beat the Cardinals on June 12th in his only matchup with St. Louis. Went 7 innings against the Redbirds back in June. Meanwhile, Jaime Garcia on the mound for the Cardinals. He took a no-hitter and a perfect game into the 8th inning against the Brew Crew on May 6th at a matchup of 10-game winners here tonight. And hi, everybody. We welcome you from Miller Park alongside Bill Schroeder. I'm Brian Anderson. Great to have you with us tonight. It's another home game. The Brewers are trying to make it 8 straight. Right now, Rock, they have a 3.5 game lead, and you have to go to the starting pitching. That has been the significant difference from this year's team to last year's team.
Well, you knew that the rotation was going to be pretty good going into spring training, but who would have thought that they would be this good their last 17 games, amongst the best in all of baseball. When you look at the entire season, only the Phillies have a better winning percentage out of their starting rotation, and they've been particularly good on this homestand. 6-0 and a 183 earned run average. They've allowed the rotation on this homestand only 9 earned runs. Everybody up and down the rotation, 1 through 5, have been very good. Particularly good has been Sean Markham. He's 3-0 in his last 3 starts, and he's only allowed 6 runs in that stretch. As you mentioned, he pitched pretty well against the Cardinals in his only start against St. Louis. Hopefully, Markham is going to be able to keep the baseball down. That changeup's always a big pitch for him.
And it is a race to 11 wins. Both Garcia and Markham looking for number 11. Can the Brewers keep the Miller Park magic alive? Some home cooking. It has been very good this week. The Brewers try to make it 8 in a row. Baseball coming up next on Fox Sports Wisconsin.
It's feeling like a free fall now. Nobody's gonna slow us down.
Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin, and Sean Markham leading his club onto the field at Miller Park. The Brewers the best winning percentage in this ballpark, and we welcome you back. Game 2 of this 3-game series. Tony La Russa and the Cardinals in town for the second night. La Russa's batting order brought to you by Piggly Wiggly. It is for Call, Jay, and Pujols. La Russa has Holiday, Bergman, and Schumacher in the middle, with Molina, Descalso, and Garcia rounding it out. No David Freese in the starting lineup for the Cardinals tonight. And that batting order will face Sean Markham, who is ready to go. And the first pitch is in there for a strike, and away we go from beautiful Miller Park. And thank goodness the roof is open for game time tonight. It had been closed for much of batting practice, and it created quite a sauna in here. A little more water on the rocks. Rock?
It's like a crack pot in here with the roof open, the humidity, a little bit of rain this afternoon. But down to 83 degrees. Still very hot down on that field.
And we are right on the line of a front that has come through, and it's supposed to continue to cool down, which is a welcome sight here tonight. And blazing hot in the Midwest. So it's turning out to be a nice night for baseball, and we're glad you're with us. As for call, in the air, left field, Braun toward the line. He'll make the catch for out number 1. Check the defense for the Brewers tonight. Jerry Hairston Jr. gets his first start in center field. He's flanked by Braun and Hart in the corners. McGee, Betancourt, Josh Wilson at second with Prince Fielder at first. And Lucroy does the catching. Blaine's Farm and Fleet defense. And there is the versatility of Jerry Hairston. Saw him last night at second base in a backup role, and he makes his 8th start in center field. Began the year with the Washington Nationals. And probably going to end up as a platoon, and we might see 2 platoons going here with Josh Wilson at second base, the right-handed version of that, and Hairston, the right-handed hitting center fielder, to go along with Niger Morgan.
And Ron Renneke with a number of different options on that bench.
Wilson tested right away, and he makes a play for the out. 2 up, 2 down. Now Sean Markham, we had a chance to hear from him, and he had these thoughts on facing the St. Louis Cardinals.
My game plan is obviously different from everybody else's, as far as Zach and Giovanni being the other 2 right-handers here. But the main thing, like I said, is throwing strikes and attacking those guys, keeping them off balance. They got a great lineup over there. They got now adding, Rafael Furcal to the top of the order. They got somebody that can get on base and steal bases. So it's going to be a matter of keeping those guys off base. As far as him and John Jay, so when Pujols, Holiday, and Berkman come up. But, the main thing, like I said, is just keeping those guys off balance, keeping the ball down in the zone, throwing strikes, and trying to get ahead of the guys.
Yeah, just a lot of different styles that the Brewers are going to feature against the Cardinals. You had the power pitcher last night. You got Markham, the finesse right-hander, and Randy Wolf tomorrow.
All put in that order by design, as Lucroy tried to grab that one in fair territory. Very similar to last night's play, and really one of the pivotal moments in last night's game with Pujols at the plate, representing the tying run, and Pujols just tapped one right in front of home plate. That was in the 7th inning, and it ended the inning and ended the Cardinals' threat. The Brewers would go on to win 6-2, and the Brewers have now won 4 in a row here at Miller Park against the St. Louis Cardinals. They swept them the last time they were here. The big play last night, there were a couple of them, but a half swing by Pujols and a heads-up move by Lucroy. That ball was headed foul.
Troy Hawkins on the mound for the 7th and the 8th. Good job by the pen last night. LaTroy Hawkins with 2, and Cameron Lowe able to finish it up in the 9th.
So we open up tonight's game with some discussion from the Cardinals about possible lighting changes when they're at the plate, possible sign stealing. We got a nice juicy drama ready for tonight's game, Rob.
It's always the Cardinals coming up with this stuff, isn't it? They have an issue with every team. They really do.
Pujols on the ground. McGee gobbles it up. Plenty of time to get Pujols side retired. Here come the Brewers. This crowd is revved up tonight. Ron Renicky sitting a new batting order to the plate against left-hander Jaime Garcia. Corey Hart still in the leadoff spot. You got Jerry Hairston batting second tonight. He'll play center field. Ryan Braun batting third. And then the middle of the order remains the same with Fielder McGee and Betancourt. McGee back into the 5-hole. Bottom three, Lucroy, Josh Wilson, and Sean Markham, the Piggly Wiggly batting order to face left-hander Jaime Garcia, a 10-game winner this year, partner.
Yeah, putting it in another fine season, a couple of complete games. His 23rd start this year for St. Louis, coming off a season last year where he had a .270 earned run average, a 13-8 record. And as we mentioned, the last time against Milwaukee, a near perfect game for Garcia.
Cardinals fans are anxious to see how Garcia will perform on the road in this start against the Brewers tonight. That has been a big story for Jaime Garcia, his home and road splits this year.
Yeah, 4-3 on the road and a .474 earned run average, a .156 ERA at Busch Stadium, and a 6-2 record.
Corey Hart right off the glove of Garcia, over his Descalso, no play. And Hart continues to reach base. He is now 11 for his last 16 as the Brewers leadoff hitter. As we check the St. Louis Cardinals defensively, Holiday, Jay, and Berkman below average outfield defensively. You got Descalso, Furcal, Schumacher, and Pujols around the horn, and then Yadier Molina, one of the best catchers in all of baseball, behind the plate. And there is Jaime Garcia. And like Markham, he has 10 wins on the board this year. His best game probably came against the Milwaukee Brewers when he retired the first 22 and took a perfect game into the 8th inning in St. Louis.
Garcia throws a lot of strikes. He doesn't walk many. Not a whole lot of strikeouts, but got a good fastball and a very good changeup. He gets a lot of ground ball outs. One of the best pitchers that will induce double plays, 18 of them this year.
Jerry Hairston Jr. in the 2-hole tonight. An ideal number 2 hitter, a contact hitter. Likes to use the opposite field. Hairston came up with the Baltimore Orioles and has bounced around since that time. He's such a valuable player. He's one of the rare players that can play shortstop and center field. And of course he could play third, second, right, or left if need be as well. But those two skill positions you rarely see in combination.
And that's why Doug Melvin was so anxious to get Jerry Hairston, because he can fill in for a couple of guys that are out, Ricky Weeks and Carlos Gomez. Not too many players available that can do that, fill in the infield and the outfield and do a good job.
It's got to be exciting for Hairston after the trade from the Washington Nationals. He and Nyjer Morgan were teammates briefly this spring. And a quick trip to the mound. Molina bringing Furcal in with Jaime Garcia, and maybe some of that Miller Park paranoia is starting to set in. Maybe they'll go to the extra signs with a runner not at second base.
No, they were doing that yesterday. A lot of meetings at the mound between Molina and Carpenter last night, and there isn't a more paranoid team than the St. Louis Cardinals, thinking that they're going to steal their secrets. They give other teams a lot of credit for doing things that they don't do.
And Hairston, a swing and a miss, and they do indeed go to the multiple signals. Normally that's reserved for a runner at second base, the opposition at second base, but nobody at second. They do it here tonight. So the Cardinals think something is up, and that's not a bad spot for Ron Renicky and the Brewers to be with this team.
Yeah, divert their attention from winning ball games.
One ball, 2 strikes on Hairston. And that is down the line, a fair ball. Extra bases for Hairston. Corey Hart on his way to third. He'll stop there as Jerry Hairston Jr. with a double in his first start. And the Brewers in business to begin this first inning.
Now that's what Jerry Hairston will give you. He will give you a good at bat. He doesn't strike out a whole lot and puts the bat on the baseball. A slider from Garcia that stayed up in the zone. And you don't have to know the signs when you hang breaking balls. That's the situation with Chris Carpenter last night. Garcia hangs a slider and Hairston doubles down the line.
Hairston safe and secure. New York life. And a good start to the night. So 2 on, second and third for Ryan Braun. Back-to-back hits to start this game for Milwaukee, and they are looking for a quick strike tonight. There's Braun, a chopper over to Mal. This will get a run home. Furcal hustles a throw to first, and in time to get Braun. That'll be an RBI ground out, but the Brewers score. It's 1-0 Milwaukee.
Well, that's a heck of an arm by Rafael Furcal. He got rid of it quick, and a bullet over to first base. And Braun running down the line quickly. Almost beat it. Another pitch up in the zone. Look at the throw from Furcal. Sidearm, a rocket to first to just get him. And not only did the Brewers get a run, but to get Hairston over to third base.
It's interesting that Furcal, almost out of habit, stepping on second base, not to disrupt his footwork, and still makes a play. There's no doubt that Furcal is a game-changing shortstop when he is healthy, but that's the biggest question moving forward. He has missed most of the year with a thumb injury. Cardinals trying to shore up their defense, and that's why they went out and got Furcal. Fielder with a runner at third, lifted in the air, center field, plenty deep to score Hairston. John Jay under it, makes the catch, and Hairston will score without a throw. 2-0 Brewers as Braun and Fielder drive in runs via outs here in the first inning.
Well, already Jaime Garcia is throwing more pitches up in the strike zone than he did in the entire start against Milwaukee earlier in the year. Boy, he was tremendous, retiring the first 22 straight early in the year in a win against the Brewers. He's been leaving some pitches up in the zone in this inning.
2 runs on the board of the first. Now 2 men are out with the bases empty, and it's Casey McGee. And Rock McGee back in the 5-hole tonight. Ron Renicky continues to look for success from the 5-hole. He continues to look for success from Casey McGee, and he likes what he sees over the last couple of games.
He's hit some balls hard, but unfortunately right at some defenders, and he's been swinging the bat pretty well in this homestand. Much better.
Ahead in the count, McGee, 2-0. And that one's in there for a strike. 25-year-old Jaime Garcia. It was Yuniesky Betancourt that broke up his no-hit bid and his perfect game bid in St. Louis. That was a game back on the 6th of May. Cardinals took 2 out of 3 from the Brewers in that series. Milwaukee swept the Cardinals here in June. They have taken the first game of this 3-game set, and 11 games remaining against St. Louis for the Brew Crew, including tonight.
A lot of games against the Central Division, and the Brewers have done pretty well within their own division this year. 27-17, 10 games over 500.
Full count to McGee. And that one's pulled through the hole. A base hit, the 3rd hit of the inning. It was McGee who broke up the perfect game for Garcia back in May with a walk. And he comes up with a base hit here in the first. And that'll get Yuniesky Betancourt an at bat.
Yeah, it looked like another off-speed pitch, a cutter or something that was supposed to be away. Left it middle in, and Casey hits it hard into left field. Garcia not going to overpower you with his fastball. Doesn't throw hard. Average fastball at best, but it's his off-speed pitches that get you out.
Yuni Betancourt with 2 outs and a runner at first. Betancourt named yesterday, it was announced, as the Milwaukee Brewers Player of the Month in July. He and Zach Greinke took home the July awards for the Brewers. Betancourt had a hit last night. He also walked. It was 1 out of 3. And has hit safely in 13 of his last 14 games. Hitting for a .367 average during that stretch. And that includes 10 runs batted in the last 14 games. Turning into the threat offensively that the Brewers had hoped for when they made the trade.
And you can talk about mechanics. He's changed his mechanics a little bit. He's much more sound up at the plate. But I think more importantly, he's been a little bit more patient, not so eager to jump on the first pitch. I thank Dale Swaim for a lot of that.
Led the Royals last year with the 16 homers and the 78 RBIs. Their best run producer a season ago. Garcia strikes him out. And Betancourt is out, but the Brewers strike first tonight. Braun and Fielder with RBIs. And it's 2-0 Milwaukee as we go to the second.
Gate with a 2-0 lead here in the top of the second inning. Last night's hero, Nigel Morgan, not in tonight's game with the lefty Jaime Garcia on the mound. That's been the season-long format for Morgan, but I asked Ron Renicky before today's game if it's getting more tempting to use him against lefties. Renicky said it is getting more tempting, but he resists the urge because he feels like he doesn't want to mess up a good thing. Morgan is hitting .324 on the season, and even though he does have confidence that Morgan can hit lefties, he likes the way things have been, and he also likes the fact he can use him as an option off the bench. BA.
All right, Telly, thanks. And it's all stats that Ron Renicky can look at concerning Nigel Morgan, and you can't argue with the results right now. He has had some success against lefties, but I think maybe Ron Renicky, Dale Swaim would say the fact that he's had so much success is because they've got him in a pretty good spot right now.
Put him in a position to succeed, basically, is what every manager and coach tries to do with every one of their players.
Matt Holliday lifts one deep center field. This is way gone high off the scoreboard. And for the second consecutive night, Matt Holliday homers here at Miller Park. And there was no doubt about that one.
Well, you leave a pitch out over the plate for that guy, you can hope for the best, but he likes the ball out away from. We saw that yesterday with the Zach Greinke fastball. He hit it down the line and right. You can crowd Holliday with fastballs, but it better be a good fastball, better be up. And that's not a very good location to pitch Matt Holliday. That's exactly where he likes it. And he knew it.
His home run last night went to right field. And this one, a boomer off the scoreboard in deep center. As Berkman drops a bunt down. That's a beauty. And that's going to work for a base hit. The Brewers put the shift on with Berkman.
Give it to him every time. I mean, here's a guy that leads the National League in home runs. Let him bunt. At least you know where he's at.
Now Berkman with 28 home runs for the season drops down a perfect bunt.
Yeah, Prince could do that all day if he wants. That's not what he's paid for. But of course, it's a little bit different when there's nobody out and you're trying to get something going. Not a bad move by Berkman.
Last night, Berkman was 1 for 3 with a walk. Coming back from a shoulder injury, actually required a cortisone shot in that shoulder. So a man on, a run is in on a home run from Holiday, and here is Skip Schumacher. Watch how far this one flies for Holiday. It's this dangerous middle of the order, about as tough as it gets with Pujols, Holiday, and Berkman. Rivals any middle three in baseball, including the Red Sox and the Yankees.
Yeah, there isn't a team that has a better 3, 4, 5 punch. There are some as good, I would imagine, but none better. Now they're going to get those. They're going to get theirs. Pujols, Holiday, Berkman, they're going to get theirs. You got to control the other guys. That's how you beat the Cardinals.
And that's what the Brewers were able to do last night. Holiday drove in the only 2 runs for the Cardinals last night. That was a 2-run first inning home run. St. Louis has lost back-to-back games. They dropped their final game of the series at home against the Cubs, giving the Brewers a 2.5 game lead to start this series. And then last night's Milwaukee win over La Russa's Cardinals puts the Brewers 3.5 up in the National League Central to start play today. The Reds lost last night. The Pirates lost last night. So the Brewers were able to pick up a game on the contenders in the division.
Hey, Cincinnati's slipping fast, 7.5 back. Been a major disappointment, have the Reds.
Runner goes, bouncer to Prince. He'll go to the bag for the out. Cardinals stay out of the double play. Schumacher retired.
Hey, Brewer fans, you can enjoy great baseball at a tasty price when you purchase Terrace Reserve seats on Mondays for only $6. That's courtesy of Miller High Life. For available dates and to purchase tickets, call 414-902-4000 or visit brewers.com.
Another big crowd tonight at Miller Park on a Tuesday. Last night it was the 18th sellout of the year and the 4th consecutive sellout on this homestand. Nearly 42,000 here last night, and expecting a big one here this evening. Homestand wraps up tomorrow. The final game of this series is a day game. First pitch just after 1 o'clock, and we're on the air at 12:30 tomorrow. Yadier Molina with a runner at second and 1 out. Molina hit 8th yesterday, extended his hitting streak to 10 games, and is in the 7-hole tonight for La Russa. Markham had a quick first inning, 1-2-3 inning. He's run into some trouble here in the second.
Markham relies on pinpoint control, in and out, keeping that change up and the breaking ball down in the zone. He's not going to give in to you. He just as soon walk you than, give up a home run.
There's a strike, 2-1.
Go down right on the corner. He's got to have that good command. That's his game.
Markham, 29 years of age, coming to the Brewers from the Toronto Blue Jays, where he had a lot of success last year pitching in that American League East. Molina in the air to right center. Hairston is over. Berkman's going to tag. Hairston makes the play. Berkman will end up at third base. The second out of the inning. A runner at third now with 2 gone, as Molina is retired.
You got to be careful here. You've got Jaime Garcia on deck, who is hitting less than 100 for the season. Don't want to make a mistake here and allow the Cardinals to tie it up.
So 2 gone, and Descalso, who gets the start at third base tonight instead of David Freese. Russo wanting to go with the left-handed bat against Markham. That can backfire at times. There were a couple of managers last year. Joe Madden comes to mind, of the Rays. When his Rays would match up with Markham, he would stack his lineup full of right-handed batters, and as a matter of fact, he would ask his switch hitters to hit right-handed against Sean Markham.
Now, that philosophy wouldn't work too well this year. Sean Markham against right-handed batters this year, a 163 batting average. Lefties hitting him at a 288 clip. So there's your answer why David Freese is on the bench.
Yeah, Freese, a right-handed power option. Descalso, more of a slap hitter, hitting at 255. And Markham drops a little changeup in outside. 2 balls and a strike. And the splits for Sean Markham. I suppose the changeup is the reason over his career left-handers have struggled. Get a good changeup pitcher on the mound, he can be as tough against lefties as he is against right-handers, and if that is his best pitch, he can be more successful against opposite hand hitters. There's a changeup right off the end of the bat to Wilson. Markham gets through it. Gives up a long home run, but that's it. 2-1. Brewers have the lead. We go to the bottom of the second. Friday, our world becomes their planet. Rise of the Planet of the Apes on Friday. Kind of reminds me of the truck a little bit. 2-1. The Brewers lead the Cardinals as we go to the bottom of the second inning. And weekdays on Fox Sports Wisconsin, it's the Dan Patrick Show. Don't miss exclusive guests, including high-profile athletes and celebrities. Breaking sports news tomorrow morning. Dan welcomes Prince Fielder. The Dan Patrick Show, weekdays 8 a.m. on Fox Sports Wisconsin. Prince Fielder has gone through the media circuit. He came on our pregame today, Brewers Live. We appreciate that. He was also on Intentional Talk on the MLB Network.
That was a good bit. He and Ryan Braun and Nigel Morgan in the background.
Lucroy, a bouncing ball to Foucault for out number 1.
Nigel pretending to be security behind Prince and Ryan.
Yeah, Prince and Ryan Braun joining Chris Rose and Kevin Millar, and Morgan, who was in the background, stood there the entire interview and actually did some security. He actually shooed people away.
Act like a CIA agent talking in his wrist.
Everybody's favorite plush, Nigel Morgan. He did a signing today, the T-shirts.
Right.
And I heard they sold out of the T-shirts in something like 2 hours. Crazy.
Very popular. Did you get yours?
I did. Still waiting on mine, actually. I figured maybe one more pop might get us one up here. So don't forget, go get your Nigel Morgan Tony Plush T-shirt down at the team store.
Well, they sold out. Good luck.
That's a good point.
There'll be more.
Josh Wilson with one away and a strike to Wilson. 2 balls and a strike. Wilson gets the start at second base. He is an outstanding defender, but Rock, he has not played in 9 days.
That makes it tough.
And he responds with a base hit. Well done.
Well, not that tough.
It's got to feel good for Wilson. It's tough to sit that long. This is the first time he's played, the first time he started and played on this homestand.
And I saw him running around before the ball game. When I got to the ballpark, I got here about 3:15. He was in the batting cage under the stadium, taking some early hacks on the field. The regular batting practice, he got himself ready, and it paid off.
Well, when everything's clicking along and everybody's going well, and you're at the top of your game as a club, like the Brewers are right now, or at least they have been with these 7 straight wins, you know, the bench guys have a hard time getting on the field. You also have, you know, middle relief, long relief. I think Ron Renicke's done a nice job making sure he's kept everybody fresh and active as best he can during this ride. The Brewers are trying to stay on this wave for a while.
Everybody getting involved. You know, George Kottaras will catch tomorrow. Randy Wolf on the mound. The only 2 guys who really haven't seen the field too much are Tim Dillard and Marco Estrada. Those guys have been have had a tough time getting some innings.
And every manager and pitching coach will tell you when your long relievers are having a hard time getting innings, things are going pretty good.
Right. Knock on wood.
There is the battery for tomorrow. Randy Wolf and George Kottaras. Edwin Jackson will pitch for the Cardinals tomorrow. A day game here at Miller Park. There are the 2 newcomers, Edwin Jackson and Corey Patterson. Cardinals were active at the trade deadline. They did not get the piece they were hoping for, a closer, but they certainly upgraded their roster. Markham bunts it foul, and it's 1-2.
Rafael Furcal is going to help them defensively, and they get their leadoff hitter. I guess it all depends on the health of Furcal, if he's able to stay on the field. That left-hander they got, that Mark Zepsinski, he's going to be a good one. The only left-hander that Tony La Russa has in his bullpen right now. And Dotel.
Cardinals essentially get 2 relievers, an outfielder, a starting shortstop, and a starting pitcher. Markham gets the bunt down. Molina plays it fair and gets the out. That ball looked like it was rolling foul. Molina didn't want to take the chance, and a sacrifice bunt for Sean Markham. That's his 8th, and that leads the club.
Well, if you can get it out, you take it, and you want to take any chances. If he let that ball go too long, and Markham would have been safe at first base. Advance a runner to second base with 2 outs and wait for a base hit from the top of your order.
A 2-strike bunt, sacrifice bunt for Markham.
You see the way he picked it up with all of his fingers wrapped around that baseball. The claw. That's the way you pick up a slow rolling baseball. Textbook by Yadier Molina. He does everything well behind home plate.
Multiple Gold Gloves, multiple All-Star appearances. That gold patch on his chest protector indicates he's a Gold Glover. So Corey Hart is up with 2 away and a chance to add to the lead. Hart is on some kind of run at the plate. He has raised his average over 20 points in the last 4 games. And a hit in the first, an infield hit right off the glove of the pitcher Garcia. And now hitting .276 for the season. And that one is ripped left field. That's down, a base hit. In to score, Josh Wilson, as Corey Hart delivers a 2-out run-producing single. 3-1 Milwaukee.
Boy, is he on a roll. My goodness. Hitting everything hard. And even when he does it, he's hitting it in a good spot. That fastball, middle in, looked like a cutter. That didn't quite get in far enough, and Corey able to put the bat on it and rip it into left. The Brewers playing small ball very well on this homestand. Used to be the Brewers had to hit home runs to score runs. That hadn't been the case on this homestand.
So Corey now 12 hits in his last 17 at-bats. 2 for 2 tonight against Garcia. He drives in a run to make it 3-1. And here's Jerry Hairston. Broken bat, and on a hop, Schumacher makes a nice play to end the inning. Brewers get a run on a couple of hits, a 2-out RBI from Hart. Sports Wisconsin is presented by Piggly Wiggly, the official supermarket of Fox Sports Wisconsin. By Ho Chunk Gaming Wisconsin, your ticket to more. And by Subway. Try our $5 featured footlong of the month. Subway, where winners eat. And we welcome you back from Miller Park. We head to the 3rd inning. We've got a special guest in the booth, Rock. Andy Tarnoff of OnMilwaukee.com is here. And he wrote an article about the Brewers' production. He shadowed Chris Withers, which is no easy task, and he lived to tell about it. Welcome back. We had you up here in a working capacity. We thought you'd let you hang out.
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better tonight.
This is the easy
stressful.
part of the job.
Yeah. It was a great experience. I mean, you know, we're fans too, so we watch you guys every day. But to see the behind the scenes, you know, how you put this game together, it's something every Brewers fan needs to see,
So
or at least read about.
I guess you learned what most people don't get to learn is that Brian and I have the easiest job in the whole production.
Yeah, I think you know, I think that when it's working perfectly, and it does work perfectly.
Garcia bounces one to Betancourt, and there's out number 1.
When it's working perfectly, it just fades into the background, and you guys do your job, and it's just so smooth, and the teamwork is just really, it's something that people should see, because there are 30 different people working on this.
Yeah, what surprised you the most? Was that the thing that surprised you the most, how many people actually are involved in this production?
Yeah, and also when the producer and the director are looking at 12 different screens, they're not only watching the game from a baseball perspective, but they're also watching it from a creative perspective. Mm-hmm. And, you know, they have to make on-the-snap fly decisions and call replays and make it look good every single time, and they do. And then you guys, you do what you're doing in communication with this truck that's outside the stadium the whole time. It's very, very cool. Very hard work, though.
The article is on onmilwaukee.com, and Andy approached us about this idea where, tell us about because you've done this with other arenas as well, as for call rolls one out to Josh Wilson. It's out number 2. Tell us about the genesis of the idea.
We do a shift switch every now and then. We've been a beer vendor at Summerfest and a Potawatomi bingo caller and a magician's assistant. But I wanted to see the making of a Brewers game on TV. So I got to do all sorts of things. Not only was I the producer, I was the guy giving you the cards, and I'm sorry about that. I didn't do so well.
Wrong one.
He's Bill, and I'm Brian.
It's harder than it sounds. It really is if you've never done it before. And then I got to do the Fox box, which was very much my speed, pushing K, B,
right.
O. That I could do, yeah.
The little thing up in the top left.
But there's a guy doing that,
screen.
That's not automatic. That's not like tied into the umpire's, ball and strike counter. Every single little piece which you take for granted. Well, you guys don't take for granted, but every piece that a fan takes for granted is someone's job. And these are some hard-working but really fun Milwaukeeans, and they all have nicknames and they all use jargon. It's like speaking a different language.
It is a different language.
Yeah, it's a cool story.
We make fun of each other, and we really make fun of people who come in, outsiders who come in like you.
I got a bit of that, but I appreciate it.
Andy he produced one half inning, and he forgot to count down. So count us down right now. Start 6, 5. We go to break 4, with Andy Tarnoff on Milwaukee.com.
2.
That's more than he gave us the other night, I promise.
I quit.
Milwaukee coming up. Rick Kranitz, the Brewer pitching coach, is with us, and we certainly appreciate his time during the game. Rick, thank you for joining us in the middle of the ball game. So far, so good for Sean Markham. What have you seen from your right-hander?
Well, you know what? He's attacking the zone. He's mixing his pitches up great. Using his curveball extremely well. As you see, he's had probably 3 or 4 outs on the breaking ball. He just had the one fastball that was up that got hit out of the ballpark. But the boys are throwing seeds at me. So, but I know he's throwing the ball good. I think his tempo is very good.
Yeah, Rick, your pitching staff in general, the 3rd fewest walks in the National League. I mean, is that one of the big reasons why these guys have been throwing so well?
I think so. You know, I think also, you know, they know we know what's in front of us. We know exactly what we need to do, and especially the starters. The starters are coming out, and they're getting it done. Probably since we've been back from the All-Star break, that's really been the key for us. Once we got Frankie Rodriguez, you know, things really settled down in the bullpen, and things are really starting to fall into place.
It's always a good problem to have when you have a tough time finding work for your long and middle guys, right?
That's okay. You know, I mean, that's like I told them today. You guys just stay ready. You never know what may happen. You know, hopefully we'll get a bigger lead today, stretch out on them, and we'll be able to get both of them in the ball game.
You might have to find work for Yovani Gallardo because he's obviously very bored right now. He's having a little fun with it.
Is that him? Okay, I appreciate that.
We have it all on tape as well.
All right, good. I want to see that.
He's going, and by the way, we see Nigel Morgan behind you. Is there anything you could offer in a Tony Plush manner for this in-game interview at this point?
No, I'm not going to get into the T Plush stuff, but I tell you what, I will say this. I've really enjoyed him. He really brings a lot of energy to us in our ball club, and from the first day that he stepped in, I think our club has really thrived, and especially when he plays and how hard he plays the game and what he does out there when he does play.
Well, Rick, you guys look like a loose bunch right now. You're playing well. We appreciate your time in the middle of the game.
It's fun. Thanks.
That is Rick Kranitz, Brewers pitching coach, getting heckled a little bit by Giovanni Gallardo.
Humbled by the sunflower seed.
That shows a good relationship.
They wouldn't do that if they didn't like him, right?
Rick Kranitz, a great personality, and I tell you, Rock, he's kind of an easygoing guy. He likes his cigar, he likes to hang out, but he was at the ballpark at 11 a.m. today as he wears a sunflower seed shower.
You wonder why baseball players have a bill in that cap at protecting the eyes, but I don't think Rick Kranitz gets enough credit as to his participation in the success of his staff.
Fielder rips one right field line to the wall. And Prince on his way to second. Berkman's throw coming in late as Fielder belly flops his way to a one-out double in the third inning.
Another pitch up in the strike zone for Garcia. He's thrown a lot of pitches up there so far tonight. Didn't see hardly anything up around the belt the first time he faced Milwaukee this year. There's that cutter. You can see Molina reaching back over the plate. That's never a good sign for a pitcher. That means it's going to end up right down the middle, and Prince able to hammer it down the line. Boy, what a swing. That picture perfect or what? The high finish, the line drive to right, and Prince hustling his way into second base.
25th double of the year for Fielder to go along with his 24 home runs. He's fourth in the league in homers to start play today, and just outside the top 10 in doubles.
And just to finish the thought on Kranitz, he just simplifies things for everybody. Jonathan Lucroy and George behind home plate, the starting rotation, they're not all bogged down with scouting reports and useless information in my mind, just stuff to weigh you down out there in the mound, allowing them to do what they do best and accentuate their what they do well. So I think Rick Kranitz has done a whale of a job so far this year getting these guys ready.
Well, Casey McGee with a runner at second got a chance to drive in a run. McGee singled his last time up. He shot one through the hole between third and short. And able to lay off. They'll ask if he goes, and he does go, according to Gary Darling. McGee unable to check his swing, and it's a ball and a strike.
Yeah, I could see why Gary Darling called it a strike. It was close.
Garcia has given up 6 hits, 1 out in the third inning, and McGee lifts one in the air to right, almost in his tracks. Lance Berkman makes the catch, out number 2. So Fielder still at second with 2 gone, and it's Yuniesky Betancourt. Strikeout victim his last time up. Betancourt certainly enjoying this pennant race, something he has not experienced. Started his big league career with the Mariners and then has been with the Royals. He and Zach Greinke both commenting on playing in a pennant race and being involved this late in the season and a chance to win a division, go to the postseason.
That's why you play. That's why you work out in the off season and what you're ready for in spring training. And things starting to come together for the Brewers. You just hope it continues. You can never take anything for granted. It is a grind every day. It's a new day. Different things can happen. And you play it like it's the only game that matters.
52 games remaining, including tonight. Brewers are 3.5 up on the Cardinals. Things can change quickly, as we saw last year with St. Louis and Cincinnati. The Cardinals were right in the thick of the race as late as September, as a matter of fact, early September. Matter of fact, they went into Cincinnati and swept the Reds in Cincinnati. You might remember that big brawl that was started between Yadier Molina and Brandon Phillips after Phillips had some harsh words for the Cardinals. Cardinals were in first place in early September, and the Reds ended up winning the division by 5 games. I think Ron Renicky at this point, he has preached the entire year, even in spring training, trying to put the team together and trying to build toward the finish. You know, I think that's probably why you've seen Renicky stick with players a lot longer in certain areas. You've seen him use a great deal of his bench, maybe push a pitcher, an extra batter, or an inning or two. Trying to find out. Betancourt lifts one to Jay, and the inning is over. The Brewers up 3-1, having some fun on this homestand. Gallardo, a little sunflower seed shower with Rick Kranitz. He'll pay for that.
With the crew in the community, the 8th annual Evening with Hank Aaron, presented by the Forest County Potawatomi Foundation, will be held on Thursday, August 11th from 5 to 8 in the Nice Stadium Club overlooking the field at Miller Park. The event raises funds for the Hank Aaron Chasing a Dream Foundation. This exclusive event is limited and sells out fast, so visit Brewers.com for more information right now.
All right, Telly, thanks. As we move to the 4th inning at Miller Park, and Markham will deal with the heart of this Cardinal order. Albert Pujols leads off, Matt Holliday, then Lance Berkman. 3-1 Milwaukee. Got 2 in the first. Cardinals with a Holliday home run in the second. Corey Hart got it right back with a 2-out RBI in the bottom of the second. A strange looking sky up above. Thunderstorms still around us as this front passes, bringing the temperature down about 10 to 15 degrees, which is a good thing. Last time up, Pujols bounced over to third in a 1-2-3 first inning for Sean Markham. That one is lined, but Wilson cannot make the play. He was there. It took a tough hop on him. And that'll be a base hit for Albert Pujols. Well positioned, but unable to come up with the short hop. And that leads us to our carsoup.com email the booth question. Corey wants to know, do the Brewers really have an ace of their pitching staff? That's a good question, and maybe put it to you this way, Rock. If the Brewers make the postseason and you could set your rotation, who's your game one starter in the postseason?
The guy on your screen right there, Yovani Gallardo. And it's a close second. Who's going to be in the number 2 spot? Markham or Greinke. I mean, Randy Wolf has been very good. I tell you, it's very good when you really can't answer that question. They've all been very good, 1 through 5 in that rotation. We talked about that when we came on the air tonight. Only the Philadelphia Phillies have a better winning percentage from their starting rotation than the Brewers. Says a lot about those guys. Eating up innings, pitching long enough to get decisions. They've been great.
Now Markham, a 10-game winner, 10-3 with a 3.33 earned run average to start play today.
Who would you start in the playoffs?
I think I'd go with Gallardo at this point. Not that Markham wouldn't deserve. I guess it depends on matchups. If you made it to the postseason, you look at who you face. Different kind of pitchers. Gallardo, more of a power pitcher. Markham, more of a control pitcher, changeup type pitcher. Markham's been very good on the road this year. Just comparing the season stats for the two. Gallardo, a 12-game winner. Markham, a better ERA.
You couldn't get hurt either one, right?
Well, the Brewers are certainly hoping they have that problem, getting to the postseason and making that decision to have for Ron Roenicke. And Markham walks Matt Holliday. So Pujols with a single, Holliday with a walk, and now Lance Berkman coming up. You see the wins by the Brewers starters this year. Remember, Zach Greinke missed the first month of the season.
Randy Wolf deserves to have, I would say, 10 or 11 wins at least. Only got to 7.
How about that look?
Looks like the roof at Miller Park.
Yeah, in the sky. So Markham in a jam here. 2 on, nobody out. Go ahead to run on the plate in Lance Berkman, the league's leader in home runs. Berkman reached on a bunt single in the second inning.
Markham needs a double play badly, and Berkman just the guy to get one.
Berkman's bounced into 6 double plays this season. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. And getting into a dangerous spot here with Berkman ahead in the count. 371 hitter with runners in scoring position. Only Votto has hit for a better average.
Showing Markham in the fastball count right now, but he's really not willing to throw one. This is normally a changeup count for him. Let's see if he's able to throw it for a strike.
And that one missed. A little bit low. 3-0 is the count on Berkman. Well, that didn't miss by much.
Yep, a pitcher's pitch, and Lance Berkman lays off of it. Young hitter might go after that pitch. Little cutter. A little bit too much down in the strike zone.
Does Berkman have a green light? 3-0 here. He takes a strike. Bottom of the strike zone for the first strike against Berkman. Not only does Berkman lead the league in homers, he is among league leaders in RBIs as well. He's currently tied for 5th in the league. He's tied with Braun for 5th in the league in RBIs with 72. Holiday at second, Pujols at first, and Berkman lifts one in the air, foul territory. That's headed for the seats.
Back-to-back fastballs. This time Berkman a little bit behind. It's just the idea that perhaps he might throw something off speed, and Berkman not able to get the bat head out on it.
Well, you never know. There's a lot of game left, but this could be one of the big moments in the ball game right here and now. The Brewers lead 3-1. 2 on, nobody out. Markham has been able to come back from 3-0. And a 3-2 pitch. Berkman out in front. Corey Hart is under it. Holiday is going to tag. Hart makes the catch. Holiday keeps coming. Here comes a throw, and it's off the line. So both runners advance. Both Pujols and Holiday advance on Berkman's fly ball out to right.
Yeah, a bit of a risky proposition for Pujols. A good throw, and he's out. Well, Markham got behind. 3-0 on 3 different off-speed pitches. Changeup, curveball, then a cutter. And tried to get himself back in the count with some fastballs. And on a 3-2 pitch, changeup, Berkman way out in front. So finally going back to the off-speed pitch, and he got Berkman on a pop out.
And Berkman, not sure if he's frustrated at the at-bat or something grabbed him there. He looked like he might have been in some pain. Second and third. Schumacher, a bouncer. Fielder coming to the plate. And the tag, not in time. Pujols gets a foot in there.
That was a high throw. Yep, a high throw. Lucroy had to jump. Wasn't able to block the plate. Some aggressive base running by Albert in this inning. That's something that you don't see a lot. You know, taking third on the fly ball to right, and being a very aggressive on a ground ball to Prince. Well, Jonathan a little bit too much out in front of home plate. Now, if you stay home, you might be able to get him. You might not have to reach back. Albert taking off right away, but able to get in there.
That was a good call by Rob Drake. Pujols got the foot in there on a poor throw from Fielder. Gives up the sure out, which would have been the second out of the inning, and now the Cardinals are within a run. First and third, one gone. And Yadier Molina at the plate.
It's always much easier to stay back, whether you're on the bases or at home plate. Stay right on the base or the plate, as opposed to going forward and then having to reach back. The ball will get to you much quicker than you can grab it and then bring the ball back in your glove. But bottom line, it was a high throw from Prince. Not much Lucroy could do about that.
I got the double play opportunity in front of you. Molina has grounded in to 16 double plays, the second most in the National League, and that is why Markham wanted to keep Schumacher close. You figure Schumacher will be on the move here. Tony La Russa likes to use the hit and run with Molina for that very reason. He's a slow runner, and he hits a lot of ground balls.
And a lot of ground balls to the right side. That's a big hole over there between first and second. That's exactly where he likes to hit it.
Markham misses inside, and he's frustrated at the strike zone of Rob Drake.
Rob Drake saying it was off the corner, and very well may be.
Only Pujols has bounced into more double plays than Molina. One ball, one strike, tying run over at third. One away in the inning. Runner goes, and a pop-up foul. That's going to be in the seats. One ball, two strikes. Closing up the roof here in the top of the fourth. At That roof has been opened and closed a lot today. Rain in and out.
As long as we can keep playing, right?
It's a beautiful thing, that roof.
No rain delay. Open her up when it's nice. Close her up when it gets bad.
Markham could use one here. Schumacher has good speed, but he does not have a stolen base this year.
Cardinals not a big running club. Another reason why Rafael Furcal will be a big asset.
Another pop up, foul territory in the seats. Molina just threw his bat at it and able to stay alive.
Yep, folding out in front and just doing what he can to stay alive, and he's able to foul it off.
Cardinals with a run in. RBI for Schumacher. Holiday still at third with Schumacher at first. And again, a 1-2 pitch, and it is off the plate. 2-2. You can almost tell by Molina's reaction to the pitch how he wants to approach this at bat with Sean Markham.
He's always looking away to try and drive the ball to right field. You got to pitch him inside. Unfortunately, Sean's not able to throw that pitch for a strike in there.
Two and two. A good battle going here between Molina and Markham. And he popped him up. That is a nemesis pitch for Molina, and this will be out number 2 for Markham. Well done.
That was his best curveball of the night right there. That was a good one. Had a big break on it, pulled the string, got it down in the strike zone, an easy pop out. Check this out. Good luck to you. Out in front again is Molina. That was a good curve.
And a frustrated Molina. So 2 gone in the inning. And here is Daniel Descalso. Last time up, he grounded to second to end the second inning. He bounced out with a runner at third base in that second. A little half swing base hit. That's going to tie it. So the Cardinals are getting the breaks tonight. It was the Brewers last night, and an excuse me swing produces a run that squares it at 3 here in the 4th inning.
Well, you hate to give up a 2-out base hit to score a run with a pitcher on deck. Descalso, he's kind of laughing about it, knows he didn't hit it all that well. Checked his swing, but ended up into left field for a base hit.
Holiday scores. The aggressive base running by the Cardinals paying off in this 4th inning. Pujols and Holiday tagging on that fly ball out. Puts them into scoring position. They both score as Garcia waves and misses. Garcia has just 3 hits this year. He's 3 for 44 at the plate. Markham got him on a ground out last time up. It's been a rough inning here. 2 runs are in on 2 hits, a misplay defensively by Fielder, and 24 pitches for Markham.
Yep, 17 in the second. He's at 61. Cardinals making him work here tonight.
Markham taking a little time on the mound. Now the panels are closing up. Crank up the oven a little bit inside Miller Park. Two balls and a strike on Garcia. And Markham taking a lot of time between pitches. It's not as hot tonight as it was last night, but still a lot of humidity, especially when they seal it up tight. Got the pitcher Garcia at the plate. And that one's hit hard, pulled foul, and into the seats. So the count 2-2. Garcia looks like a hitter. He doesn't have much to show for it statistically this year, but he takes pretty good swings.
He looks good up there anyway, right?
If that counts.
Got that little open stance. If you stand up there and look like you know what you're doing, you could scare a guy once in a while. Make him think twice about throwing a fastball. It's a pretty good stance.
Looks like an athlete. A bit of a left-handed Aaron Rowan. 2-2. And that one misses. 3 balls and 2 strikes. That is some kind of tight strike zone for Rob Drake.
A little bit down in the zone. Looks like it was low. By the time Lucroy got it.
Fox Tracks had it low as well. It's the same system the umpires use to grade their balls and strikes that we use on our Fox Tracks in the bottom right corner. Now Markham has to make a pitch here. 3-2. The runners go, and that one is hit well. And that one's not coming back. Jaime Garcia with a 3-run home run. And the Cardinals have a 6-3 lead out of nowhere. Garcia with his first career Major League homer.
Wow. Well, we were talking like he was a hitter. He looked like a hitter and put a swing on that baseball like he was a hitter. Boy, Markham just missing that 2-2 pitch, the fastball down. Garcia got one up. He got one out over the plate. And he hammered it down the line and right. No doubter.
A big blow in this game. Garcia. And Markham can't believe it. And it is the Cardinals who put in an inning. 6-3 St. Louis. All started with an Albert Pujols single that Josh Wilson could not handle on a tough hop. As Furcal lifts one to center. And this will retire the side. Tough inning for Markham. The Brewers have some work to do now. Down 3. We go to the bottom of the 4th.
Ram game reset. The Brewers will get on the board first. In the bottom of the first, Ryan Braun with an RBI ground out to make it 1-0. And on another put out, Prince Fielder would drive home Jerry Hairston Jr. But in the top of the second, Matt Holliday goes deep to make it a 2-1 ball game. But the Brewers will get that run right back in the bottom of the second thanks to Corey Hart's RBI single to make it 3-1. But in the top of the fourth, the Cardinals will put a 5 spot on the board as Albert Pujols will score on Skip Schumacher's fielder's choice, and Daniel Descalzo's swing made it a 3-3 ball game, and the opposing pitcher Jaime Garcia with a 3-run home run, the big blow so far in this game to make it 6-3 in the bottom of the fourth. BA.
And now Garcia goes back to the mound. Garcia with his first career homer. Matter of fact, he had just one career extra base hit coming into that at bat. That's a big one. A 3-run shot gives the Cardinals a 3-run lead.
Not looking good out there, partner.
Hope you rolled your windows up.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Lucroy leads off. We'll see if the Brewers can continue to get after Garcia. They have 6 hits against Garcia through the first 3 innings. Some strange colors out there as the rain falls. Lucroy on a couple of bounces too for call. 1 gone. Let's check our AT&T trivia question tonight. Which 2 active pitchers have at least 50 wins and 100 saves in their career? 2 active pitchers have done that. 50 wins, 100 saves. Garcia facing Josh Wilson. And a curveball strike from Garcia. Wilson had a hit his last time up. He scored the 3rd Brewers run. His first action since the San Francisco series. Last time he played was on the 24th of July.
And promptly gets a base hit his first time up. That's not easy to do. All that extra work before today's game. Not just today, but every day he gets to the ballpark. That's a bench player. You got to be ready. You never know when your name's going to be called.
Down he goes. Garcia strikes him out. Molina secures it at first. 2 quick outs for Jaime Garcia. It's the 3rd strikeout for the Cardinal pitcher.
Hey, ladies, go behind the scenes on August 27th at Brewers All Access for Women presented by Associated Bank. Learn more about this exclusive opportunity at brewers.com/access.
Now 2 gone for Markham. Markham hit his first career major league homer earlier this year. It was a grand slam. So he can understand. With Jaime Garcia, Markham was pitching Garcia tough. He was working the corners. He used his breaking ball, his changeup. But once it got to 3-2, left one over the plate, Garcia made him pay.
And not sure it was a changeup or maybe took something off the fastball, but certainly something that Garcia was able to handle up in the zone. You never know in this game. Anybody with a bat in their hands is dangerous up there.
Markham got down a sacrifice bunt in the 2nd inning, a 2-strike sacrifice bunt, and that would lead to a run. He moved Wilson over to second. Corey Hart drove him in with a single. One and 2 on Markham.
Garcia has a relative, somewhat of an unorthodox delivery. It's almost as if he's falling off the mound when he throws the baseball. Really leans over and looks as though he's going to fall down right there. A little deception in that delivery. One of the things that makes him tough out there. And check it out. He's got pretty normal there, but then right about here, it looks as though he's going to be kind of tipping over toward third base. Falls off that way just a little bit.
Now, like Sean Markham, Jaime Garcia, a recipient of the Tommy John surgery, the ligament replacement surgery in the elbow. They had their surgeries the same year, and both came back. Had terrific seasons last season.
This is what the hitter sees right here. Pretty normal there. Then all of a sudden leans toward third and really accentuates getting on top of that fastball. And I guess that's one of the reasons that he does it. Helps him stay on top, which makes his changeup very effective.
Markham hoping to return the favor to his mound opponent. He's worked it into a full count. And had a good cut. Count stays at 3-2. You never know. You get a man on. Make Garcia work on a hot night inside a sealed up Miller Park. Give Corey Hart a chance. Markham with 6 hits in 40 at bats this year, a 150 batting average. And he's down on strikes, so Garcia bounces back after he did the damage at the top of the fourth, a shutdown bottom of the fourth.
Our TD down in the truck. Not to tell us how old she is, but happy birthday anyway, Lindsay. And tonight's Tavern of the Game winner is Vintage Spirits and Grill in Madison. If the Brewers contact call the Brewers in the next 24 hours, they get 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets to a Brewers home game. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite. TD is a technical director, if you didn't know, BA.
She directs the technicals, pushes the buttons. Wave, stand up, Lindsay.
There she is.
Say hello, take a bow. And now take 2. Oh, that's my job. Michael Odino down there, Chris Withers. Is that 2?
She's the one with the hair in the front row.
She's the one with the talent. You know, the talent's in the truck. That's what we say. And happy birthday, Lindsay. Great crew here in Milwaukee. Your eyes and ears to Brewers baseball. John Jay rolls to fielder for out number 1. And Rock, now we'll see how Markham bounces back. Had to be a bit of a shock to give up a 3-run homer to Jaime Garcia.
He's just having a tough time with his command. It's had a tough time in the second. Had a rough time in the fourth, and hopefully he's going to be able to get it back in the fifth. 69 pitches are ready for Sean. been battling all of his pitches tonight.
Cardinals score 5 runs in the 4th inning on 3 hits. A miscue defensively. There were no errors in the inning, but a couple of plays that could have been made. And realistically, you could say Albert Pujols could have been put out on 3 occasions in that sequence. The ground ball back up the middle.
Yep.
The throw to third that was offline from Hart, and the throw by Fielder to the plate that was off the mark. But it was that aggressive base running by Pujols which allowed Holiday to advance as well behind him, and that set up the inning for the Cardinals.
So what you're saying, Albert was pretty lucky in the 4th inning.
Sometimes the breaks go your way. The Brewers certainly had the breaks go their way last night.
Yeah, sometimes you make your own luck being aggressive.
Pujols out in front, and McGee will watch it go in the seats. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Pujols. Pujols with 24 home runs, 65 driven in. He and Prince Fielder tied for 4th in the league in homers. And you look at that National League offensive statistical leaderboard, you'll see a ton of Cardinals and Brewers. Pujols, Holiday and Berkman, Braun and Fielder, all over the major offensive statistics in the NL.
Yeah, the 5 of them in 5 of the top 8 in slugging percentage. So these guys, there's some offense in this game, in this series. Cardinals, Brewers.
Pujols, the only player to ever hit 30 or more home runs in each of his first 10 seasons. And he is 6 away from another 30 homer season. 3-2 on the way. Pujols pulls it foul off the Cardinal dugout. Albert's starting to chip away at some major historical numbers. He delivered his 2,000th career hit on the 29th of July over the weekend. And he did it with a home run. Did it in style. That was last Friday. A hot ground ball. What a play by McGee. Can he finish it? You bet. Casey McGee, outstanding play at third base. And the 2nd out of the inning.
Yeah, best of the year for Casey so far. Wow, that's a nice play. Yeah, hugging the line just a little bit. A backhand pickup and a long throw to first base, able to get Pujols. Look at this play. Ends up in foul territory, and you can't have a longer throw in the infield than that. And right on the money. Taking away a double from Albert Pujols.
And a great look at it, courtesy of Exmo. Satisfied McGee over at third base. Terrific play for out number 2. Now it's Holiday. And a slow curveball in there for a strike. Holiday has done some damage in this series. He had 2 hits and a walk last night, including a 2-run homer. Homered earlier tonight, walked and scored in the 4th. Has a batting title to his credit when he was a member of the Rockies. There's a strike, another one in there for Markham. 1-2 the count.
Yep, that's where you want to pitch Matt Holiday, right there, in on his hands. He doesn't like it out there. Crowd him with a fastball, but you better not miss out over the plate.
And that one's lifted right field, slicing. Corey Hart down the line, makes the catch in foul territory. Corey Hart with a basket catch. Had to deal with a wall and a mile-high pop-up. Excellent defense for the Brewers. McGee first, then Hart. Inning over. are back at Miller Park, Milwaukee, on a rainy night in the Brew City as Corey Hart leads off. Corey Hart is 2 for 2. He drove in a run in the second. Brewers were going along very well through the first couple of innings, had a 3-1 lead, and then the Cardinals with a 5-run fourth. As Hart back up the middle, backhanded by Schumacher. Throw is low, not in time. Hart is safe as it bounces away from Pujols.
Yeah, that might be a base hit too.
Certainly one you would think is out of the ordinary for a second baseman.
Yeah, backhand play, momentum going toward left field, and not able to get much on the throw. Short hopped Albert. Got to figure that's a base hit. Tough throw for Skip Schumacher. See Albert getting out of there quickly. That's a tough call right there.
Well, they're going to call it an error. E4 on Schumacher.
A chance that might get reversed. That's a tough throw going away from first base. Not able to get much on the throw and short hopped it.
Schumacher's 9th error. And now a leadoff runner aboard for the Brewers as Hairston pulls the bunt back, takes a strike from Garcia. Jerry Hairston Jr. doubled in his first at bat in his first start as a Brewer, coming to the Brewers from the Nationals in a trade. Milwaukee sent their minor league player of the year from a year ago, Eric Komatsu, an outfielder. Komatsu was having a good season in Double-A, but Doug Melvin saying they traded from a position of strength. They have a lot of prospect outfielders, and you've got a couple of outfielders that are going to be here a while in Milwaukee, especially on the corners with Braun and Hart.
Plus you get a guy that can get you to the postseason, and Jerry Hairston Jr. can play all over the place, give you a good at bat. Going for it is Doug Melvin.
Brewers down 3. Garcia has not been as sharp as we've seen him in the past, giving up 3 runs on 6 hits. And a bouncer to third, Descalso to second. Schumacher has trouble getting it out of his glove, and that one is going to bounce off the dugout. Cardinals fortunate that didn't end up as an error.
The Cardinals have had all kinds of problems defensively this year. Ordinarily one of the better teams in the National League as far as defense goes last few years, but this year has not been the case. Although they have turned a number of double plays, they're second in the league. But that one, had no chance. Taking an awful long time to get rid of it. And avoiding contact with Corey Hart. And that one not even close.
Schumacher, a converted outfielder. And most likely you'll see him in a platoon with Ryan Theriot moving forward now that the Cardinals have for call. So that's a break for Milwaukee. Looked like a routine double play ball off the bat. And now Braun is up. Looked like the feed was okay, but Schumacher
never had a grip on it.
Never had it. He didn't catch it well.
Yeah.
Caught it at the top of the webbing of his glove. Well, the Brewers last night took advantage of Cardinal miscues defensively. They'll hope to do the same tonight. 1 gone, runner at first. Braun breaks his bat. That's going to fall, a base hit. And the tying run will come up in Prince Fielder as Braun collects his first hit of the night. So here comes Fielder with 24 home runs on our Powerball home run leaderboard. Braun with 21. One of the top home run hitting, run producing hitting duos in all of baseball, Braun and Fielder. So 2 on with 1 away. Fielder drove in a run with a sacrifice fly in the first, and then he whistled a double down the right field line in the 3rd inning.
Up in 4 of Prince's home runs have come against left-handed pitchers.
There's a base hit to right. Hairston will score easily. Braun on his way to 3rd as Prince Fielder delivers. His second hit of the night against Garcia. It's an RBI single, and it's 6-4 St. Louis.
Yep, 2 for 2 for Prince and 2 RBIs with a sac fly. Not wasting any time. There's that cutter that once again is down over the heart of the plate, and Prince able to take advantage of it. Hits it hard in the right. Good speed on the bases for Milwaukee, and Ryan able to get into third base.
Now the misplay cost the Cardinals what looked like a routine double play. Schumacher unable to turn it, and Hairston scores the run after he reached on a fielder's choice. Fielder with 2 RBIs tonight.
Yep, an error and a missed double play, and the Brewers able to get a run on the board and threatening for more. Neither pitcher tonight very sharp. We've seen both of them at their best, and they have had a tough time tonight.
It's a great image of 2 of the premier first basemen in baseball. They'll both be free agents at season's end, Fielder and Pujols. And which one will set the market? Fielder's having an MVP type season and a big RBI to get the Brewers within a pair. Now McGee at the plate, representing the go-ahead run. Casey singled in the first inning. He flew out to right his last time up. He's 1 out of 2. Made a sparkling defensive play last inning. Beach Club with a couple of hits with runners in scoring position.
Cardinals giving Casey a lot of room down the left field line and in that left center field gap. There you see it. Matt Holliday very deep and left.
Braun and Fielder on the corners. And that one misses badly. 2-0 to count on Garcia. Bullpen springs into action. Jason Mott, a hard thrower, is loosening for La Russa. And Dave Duncan, the pitching coach, is on his way to the mound. Garcia very animated on the mound. He is reacting to misplays defensively, a lot like Chris Carpenter last night. And I don't think he liked the fact that Duncan was coming to the mound right there.
Well, Dave Duncan has a lot of years under his belt, and he's seen him come, he's seen him go, and want to go out and calm down his left-hander. Certainly not the Garcia that we saw back early in the season against Milwaukee in St. Louis, scuffling with his command just like Sean Markham. 2 pretty good offenses will make you do that. They'll make a pitcher look like they're uncomfortable out on the mound.
Garcia has had his troubles on the road this season. His earned run average is 3 points higher, 3 runs higher on the road than it is at home. Brewers down 2, 2-0 to McGee, and a strike, fastball right down the heart. Casey is looking for his first home run since early July. He homered against the Arizona Diamondbacks on the 6th of July. That was a pinch hit home run for McGee. Ryan Braun, good speed over at third base. Fielder at first. Cardinals looking for a ground ball to turn 2, and McGee takes a strike on the outside corner. 2-2 the count on Casey.
Yeah, perfect pitch right there on the corner. Not much Casey's going to be able to do with this pitch, and it was a strike.
So Garcia, after the mound visit, has come back with consecutive strikes on McGee. The 2-2 and a swing and a miss. He strikes him out. Out number 2. That is a huge out for Jaime Garcia. Our AT&T trivia. The question was, which 2 active pitchers have at least 50 wins and 100 saves? The answer, Mariano Rivera and Octavio Dotel, who is now a Cardinal. The wins and the saves and longevity, a big part of that.
The best curveball that Garcia has thrown tonight. Getting Casey McGee on strikes, that was a dandy.
Betancourt with 2 away now. Down in the dirt, Molina smothers it.
There is no part of the position of catcher that Molina does not do well. Just about everything. Best in the business.
But how much confidence for a pitcher to know that you have a catcher like Molina, not just calling the game, but blocking pitches in the dirt. Betancourt in the air, left center field. Did he get it? Holiday is back at the wall, and it's gone! Uri B gives the Brewers the lead.
Betancourt able to wait back, a cutter up in the strike zone. Look at the good balance that Betancourt has after he swings that bat. Gets under it and just able to drop it into that Brewers bullpen. So some misplays defensively by the Cardinals cost them dearly.
Garcia reacts. Betancourt keeps it going. He's making fans quickly here in Milwaukee. He was in the crosshairs most of the year, but that's one of his biggest home runs of the season. He had a 13th inning game tying home run earlier this year against the Rockies. A 3-run homer here against the Cardinals gives Milwaukee a 7-6 lead.
Well, one of the best pitches that Garcia had thrown tonight got Casey McGee to strike out, and one of his worst ends up in the Brewers bullpen, gives the Brewers a lead.
Lucroy back up the middle, a base hit, and the Brewers keep it going. The 4th hit of the inning.
And you wonder how long Tony La Russa is going to let him go. His pitch count's in pretty good shape at only 81. Mott's been loosening up a while. Jonathan able to get himself in the hit parade. And fastball out away from him.
Tony La Russa is going to let it ride. Josh Wilson, the 8th batter in the inning. 7-6 Milwaukee. And 4 runs posted in the 5th for the Brew Crew. Yesterday, the Brewers scored 5 runs in the 5th inning. You can still see Garcia seething over that home run allowed to Betancourt. This is as agitated as we have seen him.
He's making some bad pitches. He's made bad pitches all night.
He can't throw the ball fast enough to the plate right now. Wilson, a little half swing foul ball. 0-2 the count on Josh Wilson.
Talking about stealing signs after the game last night. You don't need to know it's coming when you're leaving pitches at the belt. Carpenter did it last night. Garcia's doing it tonight. You know, it's when hitters are hitting very good pitches. That's when you have to wonder. That's not the case.
Garcia huffing and puffing. Molina's doing a good job settling him down a little bit. As Wilson strikes out, Molina is going to have to secure it at first. Does so, and the inning is over. But Yudesky Betancourt, the sound of success at Miller Park. The Brewers back on top. 7-6. We go to the 6th inning. with a 3-run homer, 7-6 as we go to the 6th inning. And a reminder that this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Brewers, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent of the Milwaukee Brewers. Boy, what a story of redemption for Yuniesky Betancourt this year, and Jaime Garcia with a full-blown snap in the dugout, and you can understand why he let one get away in the 5th.
That was a snap?
No, that was in slow motion. It doesn't look like it did during the break. There's plenty more, Rock, believe me. It went on for a while.
Oh, did it? That was pretty mellow.
Most of it we couldn't air.
I got you.
Well, you can understand his frustration.
Yeah.
It has been a night for the hitter tonight, as Lance Berkman will step in to hit to start the 6th inning. Might be one of those nights whoever bats last wins, as they start to reopen the roof again and the panels.
Guy pushing that button's got to be getting tired, huh? Working overtime.
They used to have it in that glass you could watch, and there's usually not much to see in that captain's chair opening the roof, but tonight and all day today there has been. 2 balls and a strike on Berkman, and he lifts one high in the air. Casey McGee with room. He's got it for the out. Berkman retired. Out number 1 of the 6th inning. They'll come out to Miller Park for Music Night on Friday, August 12th, as your Brewers take on the Pirates. The first 35,000 fans 18 or older will receive a card redeemable for 5 free song downloads. For tickets, call 414-902-4000 or visit brewers.com. Skip Schumacher with one away. Is it at all unnerving to catch a pop-up with a moving roof up above?
I would not know.
Might be a good instructional. You think you can work that out with Bob Hallis?
Well, maybe. Maybe we should go into the control room and check that out one night.
I think that's a fine idea.
How about a second life for Sean Markham here tonight? Wow. Down 6-3. A 4-run 5th. Now he's got the lead.
And Markham trying to put a shutdown inning on the board after the Brewers get him 4 in the 5th inning. Schumacher had the key error in that inning, and a mishandling of a double play ball. Doesn't show as an error, but certainly a play he should have made.
Not often you see Jaime Garcia give up 7 runs. All those 4 runs in the 5th unearned because of that leadoff error. Ball hit by Corey Hart. Small consolation.
Full count to Schumacher. Got in on his hands. Fielder there. He'll go to the bag himself for out number 2. Hey, want to send out our best wishes and a happy anniversary wishes to the Los Ciceros. Paul Los Cicero. They're here at the ballpark tonight, Rock. They are celebrating their 25th wedding anniversary. Big Brewers fans. Paul and Phyllis Los Cicero.
Were they at the event on Sunday?
Yes, I believe they were. Matter of fact, they donated quite a bit Sunday as Molina singles into left field. Yeah, had a great event out at Brandy Brook on Sunday to raise money for the troops. A number of different projects, including the Folds of Honor Foundation.
Veteran Shield. Yep, great worthy causes, and that was a nice event. Top notch, beautiful facilities out there. And your neck of the woods out in Wales. It's pretty close to you, isn't it?
Yeah, and we certainly want to encourage you, even though the event is over, and it's a great cause in the military charities. We hope you'll be a part of and make an investment in. 2 outs for Descalso. Got a single and an RBI in the 4th inning. He had the half swing base hit to left. Tried to check his swing, but got it right on the barrel. That preceded the Jaime Garcia 3-run homer. And there's a base hit. So Descalso follows Molina. And now Tony La Russa will make the change. Pitcher spot coming up, and he's going to send out a home run hitter in David Freese. Descalso starting at 3rd tonight for Freese. But a big bat for La Russa to have off the bench, and he's going to take a shot at it right now in the 6th.
He spent a lot of time on the disabled list. He was 1 for 4 last night in the Zach Greinke game. Well, the outs are tough to come by for both starting pitchers tonight. Looks like the Brewers have Takashi Saito getting loose in that bullpen.
So Rick Kranitz leaves the mound. Lucroy gets it straight with Markham. And a 2-out spot again in the 9th spot in the batting order. It was Jaime Garcia, the pitcher, with his first career home run in the 4th inning, a 3-run homer. And now Markham will deal with David Freese. He is 3 for 7 this year as a pinch hitter. Garcia is out, and at this moment is on the hook for the loss. Could turn into a win for him, though, if the Cardinals take the lead. Freese missed a good part of the season with a fractured left hand. Still wears a protective brace on the top of his batting glove on his left hand. Missed over 50 games. So across the board, the stats don't strike you instantly if you get a quick glance at him. 7 homers, 29 RBIs. But he has 7 home runs in just 188 at-bats. Freese has played in just 55 games this year.
There's so many players on the disabled list for the Cardinals, and finally getting back to full strength. Tony La Russa doing a pretty good job with his roster, trying to keep the Cardinals in contention. Has done a good job of it. And now it's going to come down to the better team. Both of them at full strength. Brewers, Cardinals. Pirates still hanging in there.
Pirates down big tonight to the Chicago Cubs again. Freese lays off, and it is 2 balls and a strike. Cubs have an 11-5 lead over the Pirates. They're in the bottom of the 9th, actually the top of the 9th in Pittsburgh. Cubs have 21 hits tonight.
Wow.
And just a ton of home runs. 6 home runs for the Cubs. Soriano is at 2. Brewers with a 3.5 game lead over the Cardinals in the division race in the Central. And a 7-6 lead in the 6th. 3 balls and a strike. And like Garcia, Markham struggling with his command.
Man, who would have thought with Garcia and Markham on the mound there'd be 13 runs in the first 5+ innings? Not me. You never know.
All 6 of the runs Markham is allowed earned. Garcia 7 runs, 3 earned. Hitters count 3-1 to Freese. 3-2. He had a good cut, fouled it back. Keep an eye on the Reds Astros as well. Cincinnati is up 5-1 over Houston. They scored 5 runs in the 5th inning. Edgar Renteria homered for Cincinnati in that 5th inning. Brewers gained a game on the 3 challengers in the division last night, beating the Cardinals. Reds lost in Houston, and the Pirates lost at home against the Cubs last night. Crowd trying to help him through it. 3-2, 2 on, and a 1-run lead. Runners go, and a strike called. Down goes Freese, and Markham is through 6. Presented by the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. By AirTran, go, there's nothing stopping you. By the Miller Lite Vortex bottle, taste greatness. And by Pepsi Max, go to 2012springbaseball.com for a chance to win a trip for you and 9 friends.
Now the Brewers with a 7-6 lead as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning, and Sean Markham struggling with his command here tonight. We've seen him much sharper than he has been tonight. He got behind 3-1 on David Freese, a guy that can really swing the bat, hitting 300. He's got some home run power. That's the best pitch that Freese had to hit in that sequence, and on a 3-2 pitch, able to catch the inside corner, and David Freese watched it go by. So Sean Markham leaves after 6 with a lead.
And despite 6 earned runs, a chance to win his 11th, as Nigel Morgan and his Tony Plush fan club embracing him as they pinch hitter to start this inning. Jason Mott on to pitch for the Cardinals. Hard throwing right-hander Mott. Morgan to lead off, and then back to the top of the order, Corey Hart and Jerry Hairston Jr.
Got some good arms in that Cardinals bullpen with the addition of Dotel. They've got Salas, their closer. And Mott, as you mentioned, can bring it out there on the mound.
This rebuilt Cardinal bullpen with Mark Zepchinski, the left-hander. And the fact that the Cardinals picked up a starter in Edwin Jackson, who goes tomorrow, they moved Kyle McClellan into that bullpen, so they strengthened themselves in that regard as well. Mott gets the first look here in the 6th. Nigel Morgan is 3 for 10 this year as a pinch hitter. And Mott zips one in for a strike. 96-mile-an-hour fastball from Mott. That's a little flare right at for call for out number 1. Nigel Morgan is retired after a memorable post-game interview last night with Telly. Just another one.
More like Tony Gumbo right now. Real professional. My plus the mentals out there, and just trying to work on just seeing a pitch up, and then just trying to tickle it into the outfield. Just hopefully I was looking for something up over the plate, somewhere I can just work my hands, and then just tickle them into the outfield.
Plus your mentals?
Plus the mentals.
7 in a row. It has to feel good. This roll you guys are on. Just talk a little bit about it.
That's it. Gotta go.
Oh, man. Well, he is an icon, a developing icon here for a season. Nigel Morgan, although he gets sawed off and pops up in the 6th. Telly Hughes has become an international superstar with these interviews with Nigel Morgan. Actually, he was Tony Gumbo last night. It's tough to keep up with all of these personalities. He's
trying to tickle one in the outfield. The plus-dimentals.
Plus-dimentals. And he gave credit to Swamer, which is Dale Swaim, the Brewers hitting coach. There's actually some mechanical jargon in there if you can work through some of the lingo. Because as your scouting report said yesterday, Dale Swaim was talking to Morgan and others about seeing the ball up from Chris Carpenter.
Yeah.
Make sure you get the pitch up.
Is that what he was saying?
I feel like that's where he was headed.
He was making an
effort.
effort.
He had to peel off a lot of layers, though. A lot of layers. Still peeling, as a matter of fact. Swing and a miss from Hart. It's 2-2. Corey Hart has 2 hits tonight at the plate presented by Wendy's. He drove in a run in the 2nd inning. Reached on an error in the 5th. That one could have gone as a hit as well. But that error was a big one by Schumacher. Saved Jaime Garcia 4 earned runs. Shattered bat. Swinging bunt right in front of home plate. Mott takes care of Hart for out number 2.
Hey, follow the Brewers with MLB.com At Bat 11 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, or BlackBerry. Get live audio, pitch-by-pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text At Bat to 31826 or visit Brewers.com for details. I envision Nigel Morgan as a broadcaster when he's all done.
Yeah. Or an international superstar. Star of film, radio. He might have bigger plans than being a broadcaster. I don't know if he wants to set his sights so low.
Be a good interviewer. He's a challenging interviewee.
Speaking of a ball of energy, Jerry Hairston is that, and one of the reasons Doug Melvin wanted to bring him in, because it can't just be Nigel Morgan every day. Brewers lost Carlos Gomez, broke his collarbone on the last road trip in Phoenix, and that was one of the main reasons, despite Hairston's incredible versatility, the fact that he could play all over the field. He is a high energy player. He's always got a smile on his face. Speaking of a guy who has a television career in his future.
Man, why wouldn't you have a smile on your face playing the game of baseball? Some don't. Some do.
Some guys play better grumpy, though, don't you think?
A little bit of a chip on their shoulder. Whether it's real or not, you get that perception, right?
Think back to that '82 Brewers club. There's a lot of gnarly facial hair and frowns. Went to the World Series. Brewers would love another trip. It's been too long. Hairston strikes out. Mott, a good inning. Big fastballs from Jason Mott. He retires the side in order.
There have been 13 runs and 17 hits, but 2 3-run home runs has been the biggest stories of this game, starting with Jaime Garcia's 3-run home run in the top of the 4th to give the Cardinals a 6-3 lead, and then it's Uni B in the bottom half of the 5th inning with a 3-run home run of his own to give the Crew a 7-6 lead. And that's where we are in the top of the 7th, BA, with Takashi Saito on to work the top frame of this 7th inning.
All right, Telly, thanks. It has been a wild one here tonight. Entertaining ball game, a lot of offense. And now a battle of the bullpens the rest of the way. Saito on the pitch. His 13th appearance. Suffered a hamstring injury and an oblique injury. Knocked him out most of the season. Nigel Morgan, who pinch hit, stays in to play center field. And Jerry Hairston moves from center to second base. Josh Wilson is out. So it's Saito against Rafael Furcal to start the inning. A couple of former Dodgers here. Statistically, the Brewers bullpen in much better shape than the Cardinals, but the Cardinals have just revamped their bullpen.
And Saito's been throwing the baseball very well since returning from the disabled list. He's only given up 1 earned run in 8 2/3. Last pitched on Sunday against the Astros. And did not give up a run.
2 balls and a strike on for call. Now the Brewers in the bottom of the 7th inning will have Braun, Fielder, and McGee. 3, 4, and 5 in the Brewers order coming up in the home half. Saito trying to get him there with a lead as Furcal singles. That's his 2nd hit as a Cardinal. Had a single yesterday to start the game. And now a base hit to begin the 7th. Just a reminder, FoxSportsWisconsin.com has launched Game Connect, a revolutionary interactive tool available during all Brewers games. Game Connect combines compelling statistical visuals with conversation on social websites. And it all creates a truly unique way for fans to become involved in our broadcast. Check it out now, FoxSportsWisconsin.com. A leadoff base runner for St. Louis. And here's John Jay. Cardinals moving their way to the heart of the batting order with Pujols on deck.
Well, the idea is to get a lead after 7. You can bring in K-Rod and Axford. Makes it tough on the opponent. The idea now is for Saito to get through the tough part of this order.
A spinner in there for a strike on Jay. Jay figures to move into a prime spot now with the Cardinals the rest of the year. He's had a great success, but was sharing time in the outfield with Colby Rasmus. Rasmus traded to the Blue Jays, and now it's Jay who plays center field most days. He's always been a good hitter. John Jay, you go through even his minor league career, has always been a .300 hitter. Had an 11-game hit streak snapped last night. 0 for 3 tonight. Has dropped his average to .301 for the year.
He's probably not going to hit for the power of Colby Rasmus, but he's more willing to use the whole field. More of a contact hitter.
And there's a base hit through the hole. On the way to third is Furcal. Hart's throw is cut off. And here come the Cardinals. 2 on to start the 7th.
And good 0-2 pitch by Takashi Saito. A breaking ball up in his zone, and John Jay able to dump it into right. Had some pitches to play with, but got too much of the plate with that pitch. Not a very good 0-2 pitch at all. It looked like Lucroy wanted it away, left it down the middle, and John Jay able to roll it into right field.
And that speed presence of Furcal able to go all the way to third. Now the tying run 90 feet away, nobody out. And Saito is up against it here in the 7th. Pujols coming up, Holiday to follow, and then Berkman. Albert Pujols has bounced into more double plays than any hitter in the National League. 23. Bouncer foul.
In this part of the order, you'll take a double play and give up a run in this situation. Trade 2 outs for a run any day with these guys coming up. Pujols, Holiday, and Berkman.
Pujols robbed of a base hit, probably an extra base hit in the 5th inning. Casey McGee and a stellar diving stop down the line at third back in the 5th. Tough to keep him down. He's 1 for 3 tonight. Oh, and that got him. Pujols is hit by the pitch. And the bases are going to be loaded. Saito coming inside, drills Albert Pujols. That is the same hand, the same arm that Pujols fractured earlier this year, sent him to the disabled list.
And those hurt. You know, you have that bat, that hand wrapped around that bat very tightly, and there's really not a whole lot of give. Saito trying to work inside, just let one get away.
And a concerned Cardinal manager as his star player is in pain on his way to first. Take another look. On the top of the left hand.
Man, that one not even close. Howard doing a good job to get out of the way the best he could.
Still wears that brace. Just put him on the disabled list. It was thought that Pujols was going on the DL for 4 to 6 weeks. He actually came back a little over 2 weeks. That occurred on a play at first. Deep waters here for Saito. Bases loaded, nobody out. Holiday takes one inside. Well, somehow Saito is going to have to fight his way through this inning. It has not been a good inning. Back-to-back singles by Furcal and Jay. Pujols hit by the pitch as Marco Estrada gets loose. Got a chance for 2 here. Hairston to Betancourt, and in time for a double play. Well done. 4-6-3. The Brewers turn 2 big outs. A run scores to tie it. But the Brewers will gladly concede the run for the 2 outs.
Yeah, you betcha. But the problem is you've got John Jay over at third base now with Lance Berkman up. And Furcal, who led off the inning with a base hit, scores. But bases loaded, nobody out with Matt Holliday up. You'll take this any day. And look at the way Betancourt gets out of the way of Pujols. Pujols came in there with a purpose.
Saito, a big play in this game, getting 2 from Holiday. Now Berkman. Berkman bunted for a hit in the 2nd. And another curveball missed. 2 balls, no strikes on Berkman. The go ahead run at third. John Jay. Get out of here with 1 run. That'll be a victory for Takashi Saito. Bouncing ball. He's going to get out of it. Hairston will make the play. 1 run in. Cardinals had the bases loaded. Nobody out. They get 1. We're tied. Stretch time at Miller Park.
of the 7th, not the pitching. All thought turning out to be a heavyweight fight, Davey. The pitching matchup certainly not what we thought with 2 10-game winners going at it.
No, and both pitchers, started off pretty good, but then all of a sudden, neither one can make their pitches, start hanging pitches upstairs, and when you have a good hitting teams like this, you can't make those mistakes.
Yeah, Garcia and Markham both hit hard in this game, but now it's going to be up to the bullpens and see who scores last in a 7-7 game. We've got it all covered for you afterwards on Brewers Live postgame, Brian.
All right, thanks, Craig and Davey. Looking forward to Brewers Live postgame today. 7-7 as Ryan Braun leads off. Albert Pujols stays in the game after being hit by that pitch, giving Cardinals fans a scare. Huge double play. Matt Holliday bouncing into a 4-6-3. The Brewers allow 1, but that's it after the Cardinals loaded him up with nobody out. That went in tight on Ryan Braun. So
that's typical of the Cardinals too, right there. Now the last thing Saito wanted to do is hit Albert Pujols, but this is something that the Cardinals will routinely do. Jason Mott going after Braun. That's a surprise. They're nothing if predictable, the Cardinals.
And that one drilled him. And here we go. Everybody at the top rail.
It's about as Bush League as it gets. As Bush League as it gets. There was no intent in trying to hit Pujols.
There's no ejection. I think the crowd thought there was an ejection. He just warned both sides. And now the crew chief, Gary Darling, is coming over to Ron Renicky, pointing him back. The Cardinals fashion themselves as the keepers of baseball etiquette.
Right.
Yeah, that was uncalled for.
Yeah, take a seat.
La Russa will take the ball from Mott.
It's just Bush League is what it is. Bush League.
He missed him the first time. He gets him here.
And now he can go take a shower and pay his fine. What have you accomplished? It's a tie game. Once again, they're nothing if not predictable. Complain about everything. But that's Cardinal baseball.
So a new pitcher coming in. La Russa makes the change here. And we'll take a break. We'll set it up. The Brewers have the go-ahead run on. Powerhouse rivals, the Brewers and the Cardinals, the two top teams in the division. And Jason Mott left in the game, obviously, for one purpose. He missed Braun with the first one. And then he came back and drilled him with the second one.
Now, how he's not getting fined. Certainly intent in trying to hit Braun. I mean, how can you interpret that any other way?
There was no ejection. La Russa makes a change here. Mark Zepchinski, his second appearance as a Cardinal. He came from the Blue Jays, facing Prince Fielder. The Cardinals have had run-ins with a lot of teams over the years. Earlier this year, there was a beanball incident with the New York Mets that got them riled up.
No, it all starts with the top. It all starts with the guy in charge. Begins and ends right there.
Well, Fielder gets a hold of one here. You bet he'll stand there and watch for a while. Braun, the go-ahead run over at first. Zepchinski falling behind 2-0. See the numbers on Zepchinski. Just one outing. He went 2 innings for the Cardinals in his first outing. Very good left-handed pitcher and a good get for St. Louis at the trade deadline.
Yep, the only one that they have down in their bullpen.
Fielder has 2 hits tonight and a sacrifice fly, and all 3 of those plate appearances coming against left-hander Jaime Garcia. So he's seen nothing but lefties. 3-0 on Prince. Cardinals tied it up with a run in the 7th. They had the bases loaded, nobody out. Pujols was hit by the pitch to load the bases with nobody out. Saito got out of it. Then the retaliation by the Cardinals. Now the go-ahead run at first. 3-0. And Fielder takes ball 4. First and second, nobody out. And now the go-ahead run in scoring position in the speedy Braun.
Now they got Zepchinski because not only can he be effective against lefties, he can get right-handers out. He's got a little tail in that fastball. All right-handed relievers left in that Cardinals bullpen.
Zepchinski led the Blue Jays in holds this year prior to the trade. He's a guy that can give you multiple innings. He worked 2 innings in his first outing with the Cardinals, and now Tony La Russa out to the home plate umpire Rob Drake to make a double switch. So La Russa is going to play the percentages. And he'll go with the matchup against Casey McGee. 2 men are on, a double switch coming. We'll set it all up when we come back. And a pitching change for the Cardinals. A reminder, we're back on the air tomorrow, Fox Sports Wisconsin. And Brewers Live begins at 12:30. First pitch just after 1 o'clock. Final game of the series tomorrow. It's a team off day Thursday, and then the Brewers start a 3-game series and a 6-game road trip in Houston. Our Miller Lite What's on Tap. Lance Lynn on to pitch for the Cardinals. Inning started with Jason Mott. He drilled Ryan Braun, and then Zepchinski walks fielder, and now the third reliever used in the 7th inning, Rock, Lance Lynn.
Well, 31 strikeouts in 30 innings for Lynn. He's bounced between the Cardinals and AAA. He's made a couple of starts for the St. Louis Cardinals early in the season. Another hard thrower out of that bullpen. Big kid, Lance Lynn. Brewers in business, 1st and 2nd, nobody out. We're only in the 7th inning. It feels as though it should be around the 9th.
It has been a strenuous pull tonight. Corey Patterson enters on the double switch. He's in the game for John Jay defensively. So Casey McGee steps into the spotlight here in the 7th. 2 on, nobody out. 7-7 game. The Cardinals tied it with a run in the 7th. McGee is 1 out of 3. And he squares the bunt, takes a strike. Now McGee's actually a very good bunter. He hasn't been asked to do it a lot in the big leagues because he's had a lot of success in the major leagues, and now he wants to chat with Ed Cedar.
He just wants to make sure he has it right. Big point in the ball game right here. Lynn with good sinking fastball and a pretty good slider. Started Casey off with a breaking ball.
He's never had a sacrifice bunt in his career. So when you say he's a good bunter, and that's what we're told, they're just guessing he's a good bunter.
You hope. Well, ideally, you want Casey to bunt that ball toward third base to make Descalso vacate the bag. And Ryan Braun with very good speed at second base. He should be able to get there.
Go ahead a run at second in Braun. And McGee squares again, takes strike 2. So it's 0-2 on Casey McGee. Lance Lynn back on the mound for the first time since Saturday. Went 2 innings against the Cubs on Saturday. 2 scoreless innings. Oh, 0-2 to McGee. Casey was at the plate with runners at the corners and 1 out in the 5th inning and struck out. That preceded the Betancourt 3-run homer that gave the Brewers the lead. Cardinals look to turn 2. Two and 2.
And 95 with that fastball, and he's got that good slider. Some good arms in that Cardinals bullpen. Boggs throws well. Mott throws well. Salas, Dotel. Big fastballs.
Lynn was a starter down in AAA. Getting his first taste of the big leagues. It's in a big spot. The 2-2. McGee fouls it away. Casey McGee put back into the 5-hole tonight. That has been a nemesis spot in the batting order for Ron Renicky. And McGee in that spot and a chance to drive in some runs. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here it comes. And tight. Drops McGee a breaking ball that didn't break. 3-2 the count.
Well, no intent, just like the Saito fastball. No intent there. It was a cement mixer slider. Didn't do anything.
Inning started with a hit batter. Mott purposely drilling Ryan Braun. Fielder walked. And now the Brewers in a spot to take the lead.
And now does Ron Renicky send the runners on 3-2. You send the runners with the way Molina can throw the baseball. You better make sure if you're Casey McGee to get a piece of it.
Well, McGee is having a down season, but when he's right, he handles the fastball and uses the opposite field well. Got great power to right center. 3-2 on the way. And a bouncer foul with a breaking ball on the 3-2 pitch.
Yep, a little bit off, maybe a curve ball. Runner's not moving.
They'll do it again. Another payoff pitch to McGee. 2 on, nobody out in a tie game. And McGee fouls it away a little bit late. 95-mile-an-hour fastball from Lynn. Lynn made his Major League debut in June. He actually retired the first 10 batters he faced in the major leagues. Some kind of feat to get a career started. Another 3-2 on the way from Lynn. And McGee back up the middle, hits Lynn. In comes Furcal. Throw, no throw. Bases loaded. If Lynn lets that go, the Cardinals might have a double play. Instead, the bases are full of Brewers with nobody out.
A good battle by Casey. The battle that he was able to win. He finally got the fastball in the 3-2 count. That one right down the middle. Might have been a double play. Could have gone up the middle for a base hit, but you can see where the second baseman Schumacher is. It probably would have been a double play. Now bases loaded, nobody out. Well, the Cardinals did the same in the top of this inning.
Well, you can't blame Lynn. Instincts take over, but the Brewers catch a break. That'll be an infield hit. Bases loaded. Betancourt at the plate. Hit a 3-run home run his last time up to give the Brewers the lead. Curveball in tight. Powerball home run count number 8 for Betancourt. And the biggest of the year. Brewers were down 6-4. That was a 2-out home run by Betancourt. A 3-run shot. Won't take much to get Braun home. He runs well. Outfield is deep. And none of them throw the ball particularly well. Betancourt lifts one in the air. Shallow right. Berkman coming in. And Braun will not chance it. So a big out for Lynn. And now a double play will get the Cardinals out of the inning.
Well, that big fastball by Lynn up in the zone had Betancourt underneath. Had a good swing at it, just got underneath. Now Ron Renicky has his squeeze bunt guy up at the plate. Jonathan Lucroy has dropped down a couple of squeeze bunts this year. A little bit more difficult to successfully pull it off with the bases loaded. It's just a force out, not a tag at home plate.
Lucroy won a game against the Giants with a squeeze bunt. He had one on Sunday as well against Houston. One gone, bases loaded. Lucroy, a bouncer, and they're coming to the plate. They get the out there. The throw to first, not in time. Lucroy just beats it out. Descalso coming to the plate instead of around the horn. And the inning continues, but now 2 men are out.
And Lucroy hit it right on the nose, unfortunately, right at the Scalzo. He didn't have to move, right in front of him. And Lucroy doing a good job busting it down that line right out of the batter's box, and he just barely beat it at first base. Pujols thought he had the double play.
So now 2 are gone. And another look courtesy of Exmo. Bang, bang. Cardinals were a victim of a blown call yesterday on a double play. Still tied at 7. Bases loaded, nobody out. Now bases loaded, 2 out. And Katse trying to deliver a big hit. Katse pinch hitting. He is 7 for 24 this year off the bench with 3 runs batted in. Hitting in the pitcher spot, which is now in the 8th spot of the batting order. Cardinals had the bases loaded, nobody out in the 7th. They got 1 to tie it. One pitch. Katse takes a strike. 97-mile-an-hour fastball right at the bottom of the zone.
Right at the bottom of the strike zone. A pitch that hasn't been called all night. Right at the knees.
And now the Brewers down to their last strike in this inning. Fielder over at third. McGee at second. Lucroy at first. Katse lays off. Tough pitch. Good play, Molina.
Yeah, he just smothers those pitches in the dirt. How many runs does that guy save a night? You know, blocking pitches with a man at third base. Look at his slider.
As good as it gets. It's like hitting a home run for a catcher to save a run from scoring on a block ball. Well, Lynn has struggled with his breaking ball. Nothing wrong with his fastball, though. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here it comes. Katse strikes out. The Cardinals get out of the inning. Brewers had the bases loaded, nobody out. They cannot score, and we remain tied at 7.
Beautiful weather here, mostly sunny, not as warm or as humid, and temperatures by first pitch in the upper 70s.
All right, Jeanette, thanks. Roof back open again tonight, and what a roller coaster it has been here at Miller Park. Still tied at 7 as we go to the 8th inning. Our Ho Chunk Gaming text question tonight. Lucy wants to know, should a warning have been issued when Ryan Braun almost got hit in the 7th inning?
I don't think so. I mean, I really don't. You know, a player can be fined even though he doesn't get thrown out of a ball game. I mean, you can submit. You know, the league office can look at a replay, and obviously, you know, Mott intentionally hit Ryan Braun. It took him 2 pitches to do it, but he did. Baseball frowns upon that type of thing, and as K-Rod takes over here in the 8th inning.
Francisco Rodriguez against Skip Schumacher to start it.
I guess if Rob Drake or Gary Darling, the crew chief, felt as though Saito intentionally hit Pujols, then you might see a warning after that near miss to Brawny. But I mean, there was no way that Soto was trying to hit Pujols with a couple of men on base. That's ridiculous. But the Cardinals retaliate anyway.
And they get through the inning. Brewers had the bases loaded, could not score. Saito allows the tying run to score, but did a good job to get out of a mess. He got Holiday to bounce into a double play, which allowed the run to score, but helped Saito get through the inning. And keep in mind, Mott not ejected, but both benches were warned after Braun was hit. So if the umpire, if there's a hit batter, if he deems that it was on purpose, that pitcher and the manager will be ejected.
And just because a batter gets hit does not mean that they're going to be tossed out of the game.
And just because he doesn't get hit might not mean he gets tossed out either.
Yeah, it's intent, right?
3-1 to count on Schumacher. And there's a strike. Well, Francisco Rodriguez at the bottom of this Cardinal batting order. Schumacher, Molina, and Descalso, and then the pitcher spot. And down he goes. Got a strike called on a pitch at the top of the zone. Schumacher rung up. Schumacher was critical of Rob Drake. That missed call yesterday at first. This time he goes down. That looked high.
Yeah, it did. And Rob Drake umpire's always going to get the last laugh. Luke Roy does a nice job catching it, though. We're talking about framing pitches and our on-field instructional from time to time. Good job by Luke that time.
Drake, the first base umpire yesterday. Now Molina, late, fouls it away. Molina singled in the 6th inning. That was against Markham. Both starters struggled tonight. Markham 6 innings, 6 runs. Garcia 5 innings, 7 runs, 3 of those earned. It was a costly error by Schumacher in the 5th. That one's hit well left center field. Molina watching this one go, and that'll bounce off the base of the wall. Morgan will play it back to the infield. It's a double for Yadier Molina. A 1-out double for the Cardinal catcher.
It stayed back nicely on a breaking pitch from K-Rod that stayed up in the strike zone. Got a very deceptive breaking ball, but this time he left it up right down the middle for Molina, and he's able to drive it off the wall in left center. Not often you see Molina pull the baseball, but he will when he gets an off-speed pitch up in the strike zone.
Garth Orge and Ron Renicky setting the defense. Got Descalso at the plate. Go ahead run at second for the Cardinals. Molina does not run well. Not a guarantee that a base hit scores Molina from second. Brewers have good arms in the outfield, especially in the corners. Morgan, the worst arm of the 3, fairly accurate though, although he doesn't have a strong throwing arm. Well, what a ball game tonight, huh?
Yeah, good one. Up and down, and a lot of intensity, a lot of emotion. That's what you would expect in a pennant race.
Won 4 at Miller Park against the Cardinals. Swept them in June. Two balls and a strike on Descalso. Another curveball missed. And K-Rod not pleased with the strike zone of Rob Drake. 3 balls and a strike. Rodriguez with 23 saves as a Met has not been in a traditional save situation as a Brewer. And he walks Descalso. 2 on now. And here comes Corey Patterson, who came in on the double switch.
Outs have been tough to come by for both pitching staffs tonight. It has been like pulling teeth to get outs. Yeah, for both sides, for that matter.
Well, that walk guarantees that the Cardinals, barring a double play here, but it brings in Albert Pujols to hit. Pujols right now 4th up. There was a way to the end of the game in regulation without having to face Pujols, but now that the Cardinals have 2 on, we'll probably see him again. Patterson's a tough guy to double up. Even if he grounds into an inning-ending double play, Pujols would still bat in the 9th.
Yeah, tough to double up and susceptible to the strikeout. And that's what K-Rod needs right now.
Two and 0. And it's tough to get a handle on Frankie Rodriguez because he goes through these phases where he may look like he's all over the place, but then he can dial it in. It was rarely a save situation with the Mets that he didn't have men on base. Matter of fact, the year he saved 62, the single season record with the Angels, only 20 of those saves came as 1, 2, 3 innings.
Well, could you see if he can dial it in right now? That'd be a good time for that.
Needs a big pitch. 2-0. 2 on for the Cardinals. And a swing and a miss. He walks that fine line. It's that wildness that actually makes him so effective.
Yeah, what makes him good is what makes him inconsistent. That violent delivery. Tough to repeat sometimes.
Go ahead run out at second. And a 2-1. Base hit right field. Molina will be held around third. And the bases are loaded. Again, the 3rd consecutive half inning that the bases have been loaded. Now the Cardinals go back to the top of the order.
Well, Rodriguez getting behind in the count 2-0. Can't find the strike zone with his breaking ball. And on a 2-1 pitch, a fastball in. Corey Patterson able to hit it hard into right, but Molina at second base does not run well, and he has to stay at third. The Brewers still able to get out of this inning with a double play, but a tough guy to double up at the plate.
So bases loaded, 1 out, and a matchup of recent acquisitions. K-Rod against Rafael Furcal. Cardinals have the pitcher spot due up next. Ryan Theriot has already grabbed a bat.
Yep, and because the Brewers know that Furcal is tough to double up, they're bringing the infield in. That's a dangerous move. With bases loaded and 1 out, a little flare into the outfield is probably going to score 2 runs.
Furcal almost impossible to turn a double play on. with his speed. He'd have to hit it right at somebody.
And that's why the Brewers have the infield in, going for the out at home plate. And really, you don't have to play very shallow, or you don't have to come in all that much with Molina at third base. You got a little bit more time than normal to get a throw off to home.
Well, what a spot for a couple of guys with new teams. For call coming to the Cardinals from the Dodgers. K-Rod from the Mets to the Brewers. 1 ball, 1 strike. In there. 1 and 2.
Change up, huh? 1-1 change up, and for call watches it go by. Sitting fastball, and he pulls a string on him.
What does K-Rod have in mind? 1 ball, 2 strikes on for call. Just with a fastball. It's 2 and 2. Call has spent most of the year on the disabled list. He broke his left thumb in April, 2nd week of the season. That knocked him out for 6 weeks. He's back on the DL for a month with an oblique injury. Just returned at the beginning of July. Late on the fastball. Count remains at 2-2.
We're going to throw the breaking ball, the change out. Better get it down in the zone. And off-speed pitch up and upstairs is easy to elevate and hit into the outfield. Just pound that fastball down, the change up down. Everything has to be down when your infield is in.
That was the Cardinals closer, Fernando Salas, in the bullpen. We'll do it again. 2 and 2. Go ahead and run at third for the Cardinals. Just 1 out. In the dirt. For call lays off. And now it's 3 and 2 and nowhere to put him.
A good block by Luke on a changeup. Well, what do you give him here, partner? You've been around here a while.
Yeah.
Got to go fastball, I believe. He really hasn't shown the ability to throw off-speed pitches consistently for strikes in this inning. Try and get that fastball outer half down in the zone.
He's been in hot spots before. He's in a big one right now. He's got to come up with something. 3-2. And a bouncing ball. Fielder coming to the plate. Good throw there. And no return by Lukoy. They get the lead out at home plate. And a victory for K-Rod. Got 1 step to go to get out of this inning. Now 2 gone.
And he threw a changeup. How about that? A lot of confidence in that changeup. That's what's made him the pitcher that he is. Pulls a string on him, and for a call out in front. And an easy play for Prince on the force out. We've got all day to get that ball to home plate with Molina running.
So 2 men are out. Bases still loaded. And Rodriguez will face Ryan Theriot, who will pinch hit. Theriot has been playing some second base recently with the acquisition of Furcal.
Theriot, very much like Molina, likes to use right field. He's always had good success here at Miller Park as a Cub.
Theriot had a 4-hit game on Saturday for the Cardinals. First appearance in this series. 2 balls, no strikes. In New York, Francisco Rodriguez had developed a reputation with Mets fans. They labeled him 30 minutes of terror because his half innings took half an hour, and there were usually a lot of base runners on. Brewers fans feeling that right now. The 2-0 strike. 2-1 Ontario. Ontario struggled at the shortstop position for the Cardinals, which is why St. Louis went out and made the trade for Call. And a big spot offensively here. 2-1. They popped him up. Fielder will give it a look. Got a chance right on the rail. Fielder, right off the end of his glove. As close as you could get.
That's a good effort by Prince. He got there. He stretched out as far as he could, and right off the end of the glove. Ontario with a huge hack, but Prince able to get there. He did the best he could. Everybody gets out of his way, reaches out, and right off the end.
Yeah, what a great effort.
Yeah.
Great look at it on Exmo. By that much. Now they come to their feet. 39,000. 2-2 the count with 2 away. A swing and a miss. He struck him out. Inning over, and the Cardinals strand the bases loaded. What a ball game tonight. We go to the bottom of the 8th. The Brewers are coming up. Garcia. It was Garcia with a 3-run homer in the 4th inning. Yuniesky Betancourt answered a 3-run homer in the 5th. That gave the Brewers the lead. Matt Holliday bounces into a double play, a key moment in the game. It did produce a run. Cardinals had the bases loaded, nobody out. Then Saito hitting Albert Pujols. Mott retaliates. He missed Braun the first try, and then he drills him the second time. Mott was taken out. The Brewers loaded the bases, could not score. Then the Cardinals load the bases. K-Rod strikes out Brian Terrio. And the bases have been loaded the last 3 half innings. And K-Rod fired up after he takes this sellout crowd, or near sellout crowd, at Miller Park on quite a ride in the Cardinal 8th inning. Well, this has been something tonight. Back and forth. High intensity. Now Fernando Salas, who has been closing games for the Cardinals, has 19 saves. He enters the game in the 8th inning with Nyjer Morgan leading off, batting out of the 9 spot. Top of the order next.
And struck out the side in his last save against the Houston Astros on Tuesday. I would imagine had the Cardinals not picked up Dotel, you would not see Salas in the game right now. They feel pretty confident in the back end of the bullpen. They got two guys that they feel comfortable with closing out games.
Morgan, and it's a base hit outside the glove of Schumacher. And Nigel Morgan, in his second plate appearance, delivers a leadoff single. There's the go-ahead run of the 8th.
Boy, how did he miss that? It looked as though he was there. Skip Schumacher scuffling over at second base tonight. Morgan just drops the head of the bat on it. Just out of his reach. Just a little bit too late.
So Morgan, who has 6 stolen bases, been caught 3 times. At first for Corey Hart. Top of the order for the Brewers. And a long look from Salas. You wonder if Hart's going to be bunting here.
Well, keep in mind as you get down toward the middle of the Brewers order, the Cardinals do not have a left-hander in their pen. They've used the only one they've had.
Zepchinski faced one batter. He walked Prince Fielder last inning. Their lone lefty. And Hart not bunting, takes a strike from Salas. John Axford preparing for the 9th. Hoping it's a save situation. All tied at 7. The Brewers had the bases loaded. Nobody out last inning. Could not score. A leadoff single here in the 8th. Normally Morgan is in a spot in the batting order in front of Braun, so he hasn't been running all that much. Allowing Braun to swing the bat, swing away. And a different spot in the order here as he came in as a pinch hitter for the pitcher.
Man, you got the equalizer behind home plate for the Cardinals. That's Molina. Tough to steal on him.
One of the best throwing catchers in baseball. And another check on Morgan. Francisco Rodriguez, a scoreless 8th. It came with some drama, though. Hart has been on fire at the plate. 2 more hits tonight. Hart with big power. He homered to lead off a game against the Astros on Saturday. Opposite field home run, part of a 4-hit game for Hart. One ball, 1 strike on Corey Hart. Fouls it away. 1-2 now.
And not overpowering his Salas. He's 91 to 93 with his fastball. Fairly straight. He's got a good slider. 19 saves, as you mentioned.
See Felipe Lopez in the background behind Jerry Narron. An option to hit. Switch hitter is Lopez. One ball, 2 strikes on Hart. Nigel Morgan at first. And Corey down the line, foul. Close call.
There's that slider there, kind of a backup slider that stayed in. Corey just missed that third baseline with it. They call it a hanger. Didn't do anything. And Corey almost ripped it down the line for a double.
And with Morgan's speed, he would have had a good shot to score on a hit down the line. Hard hanging tough against Fernando Salas. La Russa going with the man that has been closing games in this 8th inning. With the heart of the order coming up. Another check on Morgan. Salas was in the big leagues last year for the Cardinals. Pitched well, but not in this kind of role. Has 19 saves this season. Corey spoils another one. Oh, what a battle here. Corey Hart hanging tough.
And quick bat, shorten it up just a bit. Not a running count at all. A 1-2 count. So you figure Morgan not to take off.
We'll do it again. Another 1-2. And a swing and a miss. Throw to first. Pujols keeps it in the infield. Corey Hart strikes out. Out number 1 of the inning. Morgan still at first.
Got him with the slider that time. Good battle. Won by Salas. Molina sitting up outside. Didn't do much, but it was on the corner. And Corey a little bit behind.
So here is Jerry Hairston. Saw Lopez in the tunnel swinging a bat. I think he will stick with the right-handed hitting Hairston. He's had a good night tonight. He doubled and scored a run in the first inning. 1 for 4. He also scored in the 5th. He was able to reach first, what looked like a double play chance. And that opened up the inning. Yuniesky Betancourt with a 3-run homer in that inning to give the Brewers the lead. Cardinals tied it in the 7th. And that's where we sit in the 8th. Salas typically lives on that outside corner.
Well, most closers are going to do that. You don't want to get beat with one pitch. You make a mistake inside, end up giving up a home run. Make him beat you with 3 singles.
That one catches the corner. 1-1 on Hairston. Great pitch by Salas. Not much you can do with that one.
He doesn't throw hard, but he's got pretty good command on the corners.
Hairston making his first start as a Brewer. Traded from the Nationals. A low throw. Nice play by Pujols.
Had to dig one out with Molina's throw after the Hart strikeout, and a nice play on a short hop from his pitcher.
Morgan has been anxious to run. It's tough to do it with Molina behind the plate. He's like a shutdown cornerback in the NFL. He can take away a running game quickly. And another throw to first. On the pitch, Corey Hart struck out on it. Looked like Morgan was on his way to steal a base, but he didn't get a great jump. He stopped. Hart struck out, and Niger just made it back. So it's not just the throw to second that concerns you. It is Molina throwing behind the runner at first that bothers you as well.
And he has racked up a number of pickoffs in his career. Get a little bit too much off that bag, he will get you.
Cardinals hope for a ground ball. They'll try to turn 2. And it's high and tight. 2-1 on Hairston. Ryan Braun on deck. And you figure Hairston will see a pitch to hit. Certainly doesn't want to deal with Braun in a spot like this. Hairston has a count in his favor. There goes Morgan, and a hit and run is on. A little flare, long run, Schumacher, and he makes the catch. Nice play. Out number 2. They took a shot with a hit and run. Hairston couldn't get it on the ground.
And got a fastball up and in on him and just couldn't get on top of it. The barrel dropped and he popped it up. There it is. And Schumacher with a nice catch out into shallow right field. Never taking his eye off of it. 2 hands.
So here is Braun, 2 away. Go ahead run at first. Braun has a hit tonight. He drove in a run with a grounder in the first inning, a ground out. He singled and scored in the 5th. He was hit by a pitch last time up. A very quiet crowd at Miller Park. Braun hoping to change all that. If there was ever a guy who has a knack for the dramatic, it is Ryan Braun. He's done it time and time again in his brief career.
And after getting drilled by Mott, you know he'd like to do it. Good speed, the outfield extremely deep. Hey, Corey Patterson is literally about a step off of the warning track in center field. Can you even see him?
Trying to prevent the extra base hit, keep Morgan from scoring.
I guess the only chance you have of scoring a run is right down the lines, and Ryan Braun certainly with the ability to do that, both lines for that matter. Line to line, that's what he's been doing all year.
Fielder to follow it. Braun can get him there. All tied at 7 in the 8th, and Braun takes one high and tight. It's been a pattern of solace. He's worked in that outside corner, but at least once an at bat. And everybody that has hit in this inning, he's come inside on him, high and tight. Braun has great opposite field power. Sean Markham started tonight, went 6, gave up 6 runs. Left with the lead. Cardinals tied it in the 7th. And both starters will not factor in the decision tonight, Garcia and Markham. Garcia went 5 innings, 7 runs, 3 earned. Battle of the bullpens here. Fernando Salas, and Morgan takes off. Braun pops it up. Remember, Patterson playing very deep, got a long way to go. And he'll make the catch for the out. Inning over. Brewers get a leadoff single. They cannot score. Axford will come on to pitch in a tie game. Great ball game tonight at Miller Park. The Brewers and the Cardinals. Milwaukee with a 3.5 game lead in the Central Division. They won last night 6-2. John Axford is on the pitch, and he will have to go through the heart of this order. He'll earn it to get it to the bottom of the ninth tonight. Pujols, Holiday, Berkman coming up against the Axeman.
Well, nobody in the game has been any better than John Axford. He's made 6 straight scoreless appearances. Has converted his last 28 save opportunities. Got his last save 31 on Sunday against the Astros with a 3-up, 3-down ninth. Unbelievable numbers and an unbelievable stretch for John Axford.
57 strikeouts in 44 innings during that stretch. Albert Pujols will lead off. And remember, Pujols was hit in the hand in the 7th inning, the left hand. Same hand that he injured that knocked him off the active roster onto the disabled list just a month ago. Francisco Rodriguez works a scoreless 8th inning, strands the bases loaded. And now Axford here in the 9th in a tie game. He drops a curveball on Pujols.
Well, there have been runners all over the base paths for each team tonight. It is a messy scorecard over here.
Cardinals have left 7 on. Brewers have left 7 on. 1-2 on Pujols. Big fastball from Axford. I can't tell if the crowd is anxious or worn out from this game. It's about as quiet as 39,000 can be.
How about both?
I think you're
right.
I'd
be a little anxious, watching. I am right now with the 3 guys that Axford's got to deal with. Both teams have had their chances.
Yeah. Both stranding bases loaded. Pujols lays off. Close pitch. Holiday next. Two balls, 2 strikes on Pujols. Full count. Albert hit by a pitch in the 7th that loaded the bases. In the next inning, Jason Mott drilled Ryan Braun to start the inning. The Brewers couldn't take advantage. Both benches were warned after that beanball by Mott. What does he do here? 3-2. That one's into center off the end of the bat. Nigel Morgan makes the catch. Out number 1. Pujols retired.
1 down, 2 to go. Yeah, 3 of the best in the business coming up. Well, John Axford, always able to get that curveball over for a strike. It was a 2-2 pitch right there. Looks like he might have been able to get him. And finally down on the trademark just enough to get Pujols on an easy fly ball to center field. But that curveball on a 1-0 count got him right back into it.
So here is Holiday. And a fastball missed. Holiday with a home run in the 2nd. He has homered in consecutive games in this series. Had a 2-run shot yesterday, a solo home run to start the Cardinals scoring tonight. Slider and a swing and a miss. You can tell Holiday dialing it up for the fastball.
Man, you got to cheat when Axford's out there throwing 96, 97. By cheat, I mean commit early to be able to get the bat head out on the fastball.
In a legal way. Got another one by him. 96 with the heater.
Because if you don't dial it up, that's what happens. He throws it right by you. This is not a good matchup ordinarily for Holiday.
Holiday destroys off-speed pitches. He hit one off the scoreboard in the 2nd inning in center field. 1-2. Jammed him with a fastball. Back in there goes Axford. Holiday at this point the key at bat in the game in the 7th inning. Cardinals with the bases loaded, nobody out, and he bounced into a 4-6-3 double play. The tying run scored on that play, but that was all the Cardinals would manage to get in the 7th. One and two the count.
Diving a little bit on that outside corner made that pitch appear a little closer to him than it actually was.
Lucroy sets up away, and a breaking ball lifted in the air to right. Corey Hart is there, out number 2.
Well, all fastballs from Axford except for 2. He got behind 1-0. Then he got back into the count with a good slider. Then it was fastballs into Holiday, trying to get him to chase. Holiday not doing it, and then got him on a good slider off the outside corner and a weak fly ball to right.
So 2 gone, and here is Berkman now. Curveball strike, a beauty. Prince Fielder will lead off for the Brewers in the 9th. Fielder, McGee, Betancourt. Axford trying to keep it at a 7-7 tie. Berkman's only hit was a bunt single. 0-2 the count on Berkman.
And another one. 2 breaking balls.
And now they're ready to roar at Miller Park. Berkman, the National League leader in home runs, 28. Having an MVP year. Axford trying to get through Pujols, Holiday, and Berkman in the 9th inning. On the ground over his Hairston. He's got it, and a shovel to Prince, and he throws it over his head. They got a play on Berkman. Prince the tag. He is back in time.
Yeah, didn't need to do that. Hairston did not need to do that. He could have set himself and made an easy flip to first. Berkman not running all that well down the line. Did not have to be that quick.
Hairston charged with an error. Big error. Axford had him on the ground to end the inning.
You see right here, he did not have to do that. He could have set himself and at least made an underhand flip more accurate. Berkman not sure who was backing up. He rounded the bag and able to get back. Good job of backing up by Luke.
Now Axford goes to work on Skip Schumacher. And that one is hit into center field. Nigel Morgan will settle under it. John Axford works around the error. Here we go to the bottom of the 9th. The big man is coming up. All tied at 7 at Miller Park. Gets through Pujols, Holiday, and Berkman. Berkman reaches on an air. He gets Schumacher. The game is still tied as we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. And it sets the stage for Prince Fielder, who will lead off this 9th inning. Fernando Salas still in the game for the Cardinals. Fielder had a walk-off home run against the Colorado Rockies on May 20th. That came in the 14th inning. Fielder with 2 hits. He is 2 for 2, a sac fly and a walk. He's driven in a pair. Salas against Fielder to start it. And Prince takes one off the plate. Tony La Russa going with Fernando Salas in the 8th inning. Gives up a leadoff single. He gets through it. Retired the next 3 hitters, including Braun, to win the inning. As Prince lifts one high in the air, back is for call, and he wants it. Out number 1.
Yeah, it took a little off that time. 83 miles an hour, both of them. Look like change-ups, actually. And Prince underneath. 2 pretty good pitches by Salas.
So here is Casey McGee. Salas has been used for multiple innings on a number of occasions this year, but the last time he has done it, he went 2 innings against the Reds. That was on July 6th. So it's been nearly a month since he's had to go more than 1 inning. He did go an inning and a third against the Mets on July 20th. Gave up a run and took the loss in that game against the Mets. Casey with 2 hits. 1 ball, 1 strike. Such a tendency, Rock, to try to hit one out in a spot like this. It's a home run hitting team. You're at home.
Yep.
You know a long ball wins it. You have to fight those urges, I assume, as a hitter.
Yeah, both teams go through that late in games. You have the benefit once you get through the top of the 9th and you're tied. The home team has 2 at-bats to the visitors' 1 to win it. Brewers need to take advantage. You're right, though. You can't go up there trying to hit the home run. You just take your approach, win it with a couple of singles.
1 and 2 on McGee. And that one missed upstairs. 2 and 2 on Casey.
Well, a lot of times you see games, if you don't win them in the 10th or 11th, they end up going 14, 15 innings. Everybody getting anxious to be the hero. This has been a terrific game tonight.
It's going to be a final at-bat win for someone. Salas deals a 2-2, and McGee takes a ball. Close pitch. 3-2 the count on McGee. Bernie would love to take a slide here. He's ready. McGee pops it up. Corey Patterson under it. Out number 2. So 2 gone in the 9th, and it's going to be Betancourt. Betancourt had a big moment in the 5th. Brewers down 6-4. He hit a 3-run home run to put them on top. 7-6.
Looked like a little cut fastball, something middle speed up, and Betancourt got under it, but able to hit it far enough to drop it into that Brewers bullpen.
Bouncing ball. There's a base hit. Yuniesky Betancourt keeps it alive in the 9th. A single with 2 outs, and there is the potential winning run. 2 more hits tonight for Betancourt.
And first pitch, another one of those off-speed pitches from Salas. A slider up in the strike zone and able to Just get it by Descalso and into left field.
A 2-out single for Betancourt. Now Jonathan Lucroy. And again, the Cardinals send their outfielders extremely deep out to the warning track.
I don't think I've ever seen a center fielder play deeper than where Corey Patterson is right now. It's kind of ridiculously deep.
It certainly opens up a lot of singles or flares to fall. Cardinals don't mind that. They're trying to avoid the extra base hit that could score the runner from first.
If Patterson runs well, you would figure he can come in a little bit from where he is.
2-0 on Lucroy. Felipe Lopez on deck. Brewers have the pitcher spot coming up next. Hitters count, see if Lucroy can do some damage. 7-7 game. Inside, ball 3. All season long we have seen Brewers hitters, if they get a pitch they like, 3-0, they hack. Part of that aggressive mentality by their new skipper. I wonder if Lucroy has the green light here. 3-0.
Well, you do with home run hitters at the plate. Not sure Lucroy is going to get that option. We'll see.
He takes, and it is strike 1.
Ron Renicky be very happy to see Lopez come up there as a left-handed hitter to try and win it.
Lopez, the former Cardinal, open for a shot here in the 9th. Spun a curveball in there. Now 3-2. Salas has been tough. He's given up 2 hits.
He's doing it by changing speeds and keeping the baseball down for the most part.
Well, Betancourt will get a head start at first base. 3-2, 2 away. There goes the runner, and Lucroy takes a ball. Ball 4. Winning run at second base now. Lucroy with a great at bat draws the walk. And here comes Felipe Lopez.
Lopez has shown to be a much better left-handed hitter than right in his limited time with Milwaukee. Not a bad guy to have up at the plate when you need a single.
Lopez was a Cardinal last year before they traded him to the Red Sox. Well, he takes a strike from Salas. How about Felipe Lopez? A couple of weeks ago, he is in AAA Durham in the Rays system. Now he's in the big leagues in a pennant race, playing on a first place team and a chance to win it tonight. Betancourt with a nice lead at second. Lopez, a little flare. Holiday got a late break. This ball is back for call. Cannot get it. Or can he? He does make the play. Oh my goodness. Rafael Furcal saves the day for the Cardinals. An unbelievable catch. And the inning is over. What a play that was. My goodness. Extra innings at Miller Park. Wild side. 7-7. We are all tied. We go to the 10th. What a play by Rafael Furcal to end the Brewer threat in the 9th.
Yeah, there's not many guys on the field for either team that are going to be able to make this play. This is one heck of a play by Furcal. Matt Holliday playing deep, got a late break, and what a play to save the day for the time being for the Cardinals. Well, that guy can cover some ground. That looked like a base hit off the bat. But he outran that baseball and made the catch.
One of the best of the night right there, a game saver. And now it's Marco Estrada. And he'll have the bottom of the order coming up for the Cardinals. Estrada will work the 10th in a 7-7 game.
He pitched well his last time out. He pitched an inning against the Houston Astros. That gave up a couple of hits with a run, and he hasn't pitched much as of late. His starting rotation has been so good. He and Tim Dillard have been AWOL out there in the bullpen. Have not had many opportunities.
See the Cardinals 5-8 in extra inning games this year. The Brewers 4-5. Milwaukee with a 7-game winning streak on the line. They've won 8 consecutive games at home and 11 of their last 12 home games. And the beat goes on in this one. Yadier Molina with 2 hits tonight. Both clubs have been knocking at the door a lot in the late innings. Cardinals got a run in the 7th to tie it, but remember they had bases loaded, nobody out. And then K-Rod stranded the bases loaded in the 8th inning. Brewers left him loaded in the 7th, left a man in the 8th, and stranded 2 in the 9th.
There hasn't been a 3-up, 3-down inning since the 5th. The Cardinals have for the 5th, 3-up, 3-down. The Brewers have not been retired in order. Oh, that's not right. The Brewers' bottom of the 6th was 3-up, 3-down. Never mind. But it's been a while.
It's going to turn into an anniversary,
right,
instead of a honeymoon for those folks. 1-2 on Molina. And he got him. Inside corner, Molina barking. He's gone. I think he bumped him.
He did.
And this is going to be a suspension most likely for Molina. Look at that.
These guys are something else, aren't they? Look at them.
Oh, Molina is going to go down for a while with this.
Yeah, this is uncalled for right there. That is just unbelievable. Bumping the umpire. He bumped him again.
A shocking reaction from Yadier Molina.
Unbelievable.
I mean, it's one thing to disagree, but this is another level here.
1 bump, 2 bumps, and there he goes again, a 3rd, and he's spitting on him.
That's a kind of moment that will stay with a player for a long, long time.
Ridiculous. Spitting in the umpire's face, bumping him, going after him like he wants to hurt him. That is just completely out of line by Yadier Molina. That's a good pitch too. What's he barking at? My goodness, are you kidding me?
Descalso takes a ball. La Russa knows it. He knows he's going to lose his all-star catcher.
I just don't understand that reaction. I mean, that was a pretty good pitch. And we were talking all night. Rob Drake's had a tight strike zone. Yadier Molina knows that better than anybody. He just went completely nuts on the home plate umpire.
Descalso in the gap, right center, well hit. That one is going to get down and bounce out of here. A ground rule double by Daniel Descalso. And there's the go-ahead run at second base in scoring position.
Descalso all of a sudden having a pretty good night. 3 base hits, a walk. He's been on 4 times. And a high fastball, able to get on top of it and bang it off the wall. Had that ball stayed in play, it might have been a triple. Brewers might have gotten a break having that ball bounce over the fence.
Yeah, good point. Possibly a runner at third with 1 out. Instead, a ground rule double. Corey Patterson out in front of an off speed from Marco Estrada. Go ahead, a run, and Descalso. Patterson batting for the 3rd time. He came in on a double switch. Singled his last time up in the 8th. Two balls and a strike on Patterson, a former Brewer. A couple of years ago, had a brief stint with Milwaukee at the end of the season in '09. And it's 2-2 on Patterson.
Yeah, Patterson's always had good pop in his bat. His problem has been getting on base and making contact. He's always had good power, good speed, but just has not been able to get on base enough. But a dangerous hitter at the plate if you make a mistake on him.
Now McClellan in the bullpen. A starting pitcher that was just moved to the bullpen. So the Cardinals can get plenty of length out of him as well. And a swing and a miss right on cue. Rock chases one out of the strike zone in his eyes. And out number 2, Marco Estrada with 2 strikeouts.
I mean, that pitch may have literally been over his head. I mean, you say that a lot, over his head. It was over his head. Wow. I thought I was the only big leaguer that ever did that. There it is, over the head.
That makes you feel better.
Yeah, I'm not the only one.
Well, here's for Call. Had a game-saving catch in the 9th. And now he is up in the 10th inning with the go-ahead run at second. Matt Holliday had no chance to catch that ball.
No.
In the 9th inning. He broke back. Would have ended the game for Call. An incredible over-the-shoulder catch to keep this game alive.
Man, he's already helped the Cardinals, hadn't he? I mean, defensively. To say nothing what he's going to be able to do to get on base.
Looking ahead to the bottom of the 10th inning, Nyjer Morgan leads off, then back to the top of the order, Hart and Hairston. And for Call into center field, Nyjer Morgan is there. Marco Estrada gets through it. The Cardinals have lost their Gold Glove All-Star catcher. We go to the bottom of the 10th. ending and a finish. Endings are imposed and inflicted. Back up the middle, Betancourt. Oh my goodness! Did that just happen? Finishes are earned and celebrated. Morgan down the right field line, and the Brew Crew pull one out tonight. Nigel Morgan, a walk-off double. It's the last word, the closing act, the final step, the whole point. We don't remember the start. We never forget the finish. Counsell to left. Heisey is back. He makes the catch. Here comes Guitars. The throw is short. And this one is in the books. Well, will we have a finish like that tonight? The Brewers coming up. 7-7 ball game. Bottom of the 10th inning. And a new battery for the Cardinals. Kyle McClellan. His second relief appearance after beginning the year as a starter. And a successful starter. And he'll be pitching to a new catcher in Gerald Laird. Yadier Molina thrown out after arguing a called strike 3. Here is Morgan.
It's like having two leadoff hitters for the Brewers right now with Morgan and Hart. And both managers burning through their bullpen, burning through their bench. Brewers have Counsell, Guitars, and that's it. Counsell and Guitars left.
Well, Nigel Morgan batting for the third time tonight. He is 1 for 2. He singled his last time up. Molina basically rendered him at first base with no chance to run. Molina's out now. And if Morgan reaches, we'll see if he is on the move. That's the thing about Yadier Molina. Not only do the Cardinals lose such a great talent, a great arm, a defensive wizard, but they're going to lose him for a while.
It won't be right away, though. They'll be they'll look at it. Major League Baseball. They'll probably appeal. But completely losing his mind was Yadier Molina.
0-2 the count on Morgan. And he's hit by a pitch. Morgan reaches. And there's the big run you need to end it. McClellan trying to come inside. Certainly not trying to hit Morgan. And he plucks him with an 0-2 pitch. And now we'll see if Molina's absence will be felt here. Niger just could not get a break on Molina in the 8th inning when he started it with a single.
Well, let's see what Ron Rennicky decides to do here. Do you ask Corey to drop down a bunt? One of your hottest hitters in your lineup right now. And Laird at 23% so far this year. Not a terrible percentage, but not as good as Yadier Molina.
Hart with 2 hits. He drove in a run in the 2nd. And Hart up there to bunt. Bunts through it. Strike 1 on Corey Hart. Brewers do have a sacrifice bunt tonight that came from Markham. Casey McGee failed to get a bunt down in the 7th, but he reached on an infield hit. Hart normally a good bunter. He also has home run power. And he squares again, gets it down. It's a good one. Laird picks it up, makes the play for the out. Sacrifice bunt. Nigel Morgan to second, and there is the potential winning run. Good bunt by Corey Hart. Good execution for the Brewers.
Well, gave himself up and deadened that ball nicely right in front of home plate. Ron Rennicky is going to ask anybody to bunt in this lineup. With great speed at second base, you figure a base hit ends it. Throwing arm's not that great in the outfield. I guess the best is Corey Patterson.
Jerry Hairston's been with the club 3 days. He already has a chant. And a chance to win it for Milwaukee here in the 10th. And a fastball strike from McClellan. Hairston 1 out of 5 tonight. He scored twice, doubled in his first at bat. His first hit as a Brewer. Kyle McClellan back in the bullpen now. He has been a starter. And matter of fact, he was off to a great start for the Cardinals. Began the season at 5-0 for the Cardinals this year. He had 5 wins on the board by May 8th this season. Now he's a reliever. Broken bat, little bouncer out to Schumacher. And there is out number 2. Nigel Morgan ends up at third base. Hairston retired. And here comes Ryan Braun.
Now let's see what Tony La Russa does here. It wouldn't surprise me to see La Russa walk them both, Braun and Fielder. He's got first and second base open. Dave Duncan on his way out. You got Casey McGee behind Fielder. I guess the question you have to ask yourself if you're in that Cardinal dugout, who do you want to have beat you here?
Yeah, Braun, Fielder, or McGee. We actually had a chance to hear from Ryan Braun yesterday about hitting in moments like this, playing in games like this. Here's what he had to say.
The reason for me personally why I play this game is for those moments. You know, you play to have an opportunity to come up in a big situation and get a big hit or make a big play on defense or come around and score a big run on the bases. So for me, it's just fun.
He does enjoy it, and he seems to thrive at it. Braun was at the plate in the 8th inning with a man on and flew out to center. Question is, do the Cardinals pitch to him? The winning run at third base. We'll see how McClellan goes after Braun. Braun, a little bouncer over to third. Descalso makes the play. Cardinals are out of the inning. Kyle McClellan holds serve. We go to the 11th at Miller Park, still tied at 7. Jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. What a ball game tonight. The Cardinals and the Brewers. Game 2 of this 3-game series. Back and forth it goes. And now Marco Estrada, after a scoreless 10th inning, will head back to the mound in the 11th. And you talk about David versus Goliath, or Goliaths. Estrada will have to go through Terrio, Albert Pujols, Matt Holliday, if anybody gets on, Lance Berkman. Gerald Laird, I beg your pardon, leads off. Laird's first at bat. Came in for Molina after the ejection. So the key hitter in this inning, no doubt, as Laird leads off with Pujols on deck. Estrada gave up a hit in the 10th inning with a couple of strikeouts. Stranded a runner at second. Marco filled in for Zach Greinke at the beginning of the year in the starting rotation. Did a terrific job holding down the fort that first month of the season. And it's 2-2.
Slipped a couple of fastballs right by him after falling behind 2-0. Marco gets that fastball up there at 92 miles an hour tonight.
Well, Laird's got to know he's going to see a good pitch to hit here. Full count. Pujols waiting. 3-2. And a little slicer out to Hairston on a hop. Makes the play. Good hustle by Laird. He was busting it down the line, made it close, but the Brewers get the out.
And Marco able to get in on his hands with a fastball. Well, Laird had a couple of good fastballs to hit and had to count in his favor 2-0, and Marco able to come back and get him. He surprises you with that fastball, doesn't he? Marco Estrada.
Here is Pujols. One hit tonight, robbed of another. And takes a strike from Estrada. Talk about Braun living for moments like this. Pujols the same. And he's delivered in the clutch many times in his career as he pulls out when fouled.
Right ahead of a changeup.
Oh, and 2 to Pujols. All tied at 7 in the 11th. And he got him. Estrada strikes out Albert Pujols on 3 pitches.
Yep, fastball, changeup, fastball up, and Albert swings and misses. Wow. How about this? You don't see Albert chase a fastball up there. A little bit of late life for Marco. Getting Prince Albert.
2 gone in the inning. And here is Holliday. On the ground, Betancourt is over. He dives. It's in his glove. The throw to first. Not in time. An infield hit. Betancourt made a nice play. Holliday beats it out. And a man on for the Cardinals with 2 away.
Yeah, this is the guy that scares you right here. Lance Berkman is due. And Marco able to get in on his hands. That's where you got to pitch Matt Holliday. And Holliday just barely able to beat it at first base. Holliday not running all that well. Good play by Betancourt to make it close.
And a good call at first. So again, Berkman with a chance to do damage. Berkman was up with 2 on in the 7th inning. And he grounded out. Berkman with an infield hit tonight. He is 1 for 5. He reached on an error in the 9th. Swing and a miss. Changeup from Estrada, his bread and butter.
Got to be careful with this guy at the plate. You got Skip Schumacher on deck. He's hitless tonight. Make him hit your pitch.
1-2. A fastball from Estrada. So he's got him ahead of the changeup. He's got him behind the fastball.
Got him right where you want him, right? Take a little bit extra off the changeup down in the dirt. See if he chases.
It's quiet in here, but there are a lot of people still remaining. They'll roar if Estrada can retire Berkman. Holliday takes off. Lucroy's throw to second is high, and Holliday steals second base. That's a big stolen base for Matt Holliday. Now the go-ahead run in scoring position. And does that change your game plan with Berkman? Estrada has him at 2-2. That's the first stolen base of the year for Matt Holliday.
They have a walking lead, and Marco really not paying much attention to him. And base hit may or may not score him. He doesn't run all that well.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Stolen base number 1 is a big one for Holliday. Estrada deals. Berkman fouls it off. Count remains at 2-2. Berkman had a cortisone shot in his shoulder last week. Returned to the lineup over the weekend. Had a lot of pain with his shoulder, his left shoulder. He homered in his first game back, had a 3-run homer on Sunday against the Cubs. Here comes Estrada, lays off. Berkman didn't chase the fastball, and it's 3-2. Prince Fielder will lead off in the 11th. Fielder, McGee, and Betancourt due up.
Conversation, Casey McGee, Jonathan Lucroy saying, look, let's not challenge this guy. Give me a good changeup, get it down in the zone, and if not, let's go after the guy on deck. You don't want Lance Berkman driving in the run here.
Estrada has retired Laird and Pujols. An infield hit by Holliday. Holliday now at second, the 3-2, and a little flare foul.
He's starting to zero in on that changeup, isn't he? Getting better swings at it.
It's been an incredible comeback year for Berkman. And he felt his career was coming to an end last year in Houston. He got traded to the Yankees. Struggled with the Yankees, was hurt, but had a big postseason. Helped the Yankees beat the Twins to advance into the LCS with a big hit. 3-2. Little flare, long run. This is trouble. This is going to fall. A base hit and a run will score. Berkman just cues one into left, and the stolen base by Holliday proves big for the Cardinals. They take the lead 8-7 in the 11th.
And not much you can do about that. A little cue shot off the end of the bat. And Lopez had one early in the ball game. Call able to run it down. This one in no man's land. It was a good changeup by Marco. You can't really fault him. And Ryan Braun just not able to get there, and Cardinals take the lead.
Holliday is first stolen base, and he's able to score on that flare. Schumacher lifts one to center. Nyjer Morgan is under it, and the side retired, but the Cardinals strike. They finally score. It is 8-7. Brewers down a run. We go to the bottom of the 11th. 8-7, the Cardinals lead the Brewers. They score a run on a Lance Berkman RBI single. And now Fielder leads off against Kyle McClellan. It was a flare by Berkman. It'll look like a line drive in the box score. And a key stolen base by Matt Holliday allows him to score. And the Cardinals have the lead.
Well, he's not one of the best run producers in all of baseball for nothing. He hit a pretty good pitch. Boy, you hate to, if you end up losing this game, lose it with first base open and Berkman at the plate. And you had Skip Schumacher on deck.
Brent Fielder, Casey McGee, and Yuniesky Betancourt in the 11th. Big swing and a miss. Fielder trying to tie it up. Brewers have had their chances, both clubs, with plenty of opportunities. Remember that great play by Furcal saved the game for the Cardinals. That was in the 9th inning. And Fielder down on strikes. One away in the 11th. McClellan has given up one walk, and that's it.
Good breaking ball straight down and sprints over the top of it.
Beg your pardon, McClellan hit Morgan. That's the only base runner he's allowed. It wasn't a walk. Hit by pitch. He had Morgan to 2 strikes in the 10th. So now one gone, and it's Casey McGee. Brewers with a 7-game winning streak on the line. McGee with 2 hits tonight. The 1-1 and a strike fastball on the outside corner. Cubs have beaten the Pirates tonight 11-6. Elsewhere in the division, the Cincinnati Reds over the Astros 5-1. Breaking ball missed. 2-2 on McGee. Brewers need a base runner. Long look in by McClellan. Trying to get the signs, and now Gerald Laird is on his way out. So pitcher and catcher not syncing up here.
Laird doesn't catch a whole lot. McClellan, I would imagine, very accustomed to throwing to Yadier Molina. Just trying to get on the same page, not wanting to make a mistake on a 2-2 count. Probably don't want to go to 3-2.
McClellan ready, the 2-2 on the way. And a shot to center, a base hit, and there's the base runner. Casey McGee with his 3rd hit of the night. Tying runners aboard. Winning run will come to the plate.
And they're probably going to run for Casey McGee.
Craig Counsell will come on to run for McGee.
Good piece of hitting by Casey. Able to go out and get that pitch. Looked like a fastball, maybe a cut fastball. Casey goes down and bangs it into center field.
So there is Counsell representing the tying run. A 1-out base runner. And a pitching change for Tony La Russa. McClellan is out. Goes an inning and a 1/3, a hit batter and a hit. And here comes Octavio Dotel. We'll take a break. Pitching change at Miller Park. Brewers with a chance. Run home run in the 5th inning that gave the Brewers the lead. He flew out in the 7th inning with the bases loaded. That was the inning the Brewers had the bases loaded, nobody out, could not score. So Uni B steps in the spotlight again. 8-7 St. Louis. A home run wins it. Tying run at first in Council. Dotel has 1 save this year. At one point, he was one of the best closers in the game. Back in 04, he went from the Astros to the A's and combined for 36 saves that year. Much different pitcher these days.
And keep in mind, you can run on Dotel. He's pretty slow to home plate. Let's see if the Brewers want to be aggressive here.
A 13-year career for Dotel. Already making his 5th appearance as a Cardinal, pitching in back-to-back games. High and tight. 2 balls, no strikes. Dotel's been sitting down in that bullpen for 4 hours, and here he is trying to save it for the Cardinals.
And that's their job. They sit down there. They have to be ready, just like a position player on that bench.
Dotel has not given up a run as a member of the Cardinals in his 4 games, covering 4 innings. Matter of fact, he hasn't given up a hit. Betancourt out in front. Schumacher. And there is out number 2. Threw him a 2-0 breaking ball, and Betancourt pops up for the 2nd out. And the Brewers down to their last out now, as Jonathan Lucroy will hit.
A pitcher's pitch on a 2-0 count, and Betancourt just reaches for it. That did Dotel a favor.
So Lucroy, the last hope.
La Russa backs up his outfielders again. Counsell at first. The tying run. Dotel delivers. Lucroy a swing and a miss. Dotel, the 7th Cardinal pitcher tonight. Kyle McClellan in line for the win. Oh, and 2 the count on Lucroy. And now Dotel in the driver's seat. Cardinals get a run in the top of the 11th on a Lance Berkman single, a flare with 2 strikes. That scored Matt Holliday. Oh, and 2 on Lucroy. 1 and 2. It has been a grinder tonight. Back and forth. The Brewers have one more shot at them. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Lucroy. And that one's off the plate. 2 and 2 the count.
A good take. Look at the same pitch that Betancourt swung at on a 2-0 count. That one a little bit off the outside corner. Lucroy gets one of those breaking balls up in the strike zone. Those are the pitches that he can drive to left field. Let's see if Dotel tries to get him on a breaking pitch.
2 and 2. Here it comes. Lucroy fouls it away. Got in on his hands with a fastball.
Fastball only 90, 91 miles an hour for Dotel. That used to be 96 miles an hour back in the young days for Octavio Dotel.
Has not been in these spots very often this year. His lone save for the Blue Jays came against his old club, the Astros, interleague play. Two balls, 2 strikes on Lucroy. We'll do it again. Dotel deals, swing and a miss. Ball game over. The Cardinals outlast the Brewers tonight. 8-7 as Lance Berkman is our Menards player of the game. The 7-game winning streak is over. And the Cardinals back within 2.5 of Milwaukee in the National League Central. Brewers Live starts now. We send it out to Craig Cashon.
Fox Sports Wisconsin's coverage of Brewers baseball continues. Brewers Live starts now. We had a slugfest in what was turning out to be a pitching duel at the beginning. And this thing turned ugly at times, but it was also a thing of beauty to watch if you're a baseball purist, because you saw it all.